What's up?
Oh, shit.
Welcome.
It can be tough as a kid. All sorts of people have it over you. People will kill you inside.
Alright.
Forget your name. You grow up,
Holy shit.
they grow old. You
What's
get
good?
older,
Welcome back.
they just keep doing what they've always
Welcome back.
done, only to someone else.
Will this remote turn on?
Then, one day,
Will it work?
they call you friend. And you wait.
Now I gotta do the magic unplug.
You wait
Then
till they can't trust you any more than they do.
plug it back in.
And then you ask them if they enjoyed their dinner.
So for some reason,
Looking into their
right,
panicked eyes as they gasp
the game doesn't register
tell them your name.
the left joystick as it should, or not the right joystick, right?
Your eyes
Sometimes the left, sometimes the right. It just messes it up. I have to plug it in, unplug it, and then plug it back in for it to work right.
is a better place.
Is it a Glock 9? It's a Glock 40. Oh man. This is actually pretty cool. Not gonna lie. Let's see. I'm loving this gun, bro. The Haalvu. This thing is insane. It is so good.
Well put together, operator. Now get out there and cut down and make the Lotus proud.
Wait, I think I had something to do with Mesa's build. I think I'm working on something here. Oh yeah, I need to slap on a mod. I think I need to go to one of the syndicates and get that mod right here. So I can use. I think it allows me to use my fourth ability. It allows me to move around with my fourth ability, aim glide or whatever, something. I don't know. I don't fully remember, but I know I can get. I don't remember which of the syndicates. I could look it up, but I just wanna. I want to wing it first. I want to wing it first, and then if I don't find it anywhere, I'm just gonna look it up. Earth. Let's go to the relay. Using only one-liners. Oh, sorry, that song is stuck in my head. It's such a good song. Let's check out. Oh, I'm gonna do a guess here. We're gonna play a little guessing game here. Arbors of Hexus. Are they gonna have it?
You said, what can we
Offerings.
do to help your journey?
Oh, thank you, sir, but I already got. Oh, you know what? I got resource blessing. I got resource drop chance. Resource booster, resource drop chance blessing. You know what? I think it's time to go for relic hunting. Not relic hunting, relic cracking. Do some relic cracking. I'm gonna assume that it's probably gonna be in Steel Meridian, which I'm not really high in.
What can we help you with?
Because they want me to sacrifice something that is very valuable. But let's just see if they have it. And Mesa. Oh shit, we got something from Mesa here. We got 4 mods here from Mesa. Ballistic Bullseye. Ballistic Battery. Top shot gains a additional 50% final critical chance bonus based on the amount charged. Peacemaker augment. Mesa can move at 50% speed while using Peacemaker. Okay. That's the one I was talking about. Muzzle flash. Shooting. Let's see what these other two are. Shooting gallery augment. After 6 kill assists by a player with shooting gallery, Mesa's next shot will be blinding enemies within 12 meters for 6 seconds. Staggering shield. Shatter shield augment. Reflected bullets have a chance to stagger enemies at base 50% chance increases with power strength. Peacemaker. Oh, you suck. I want to slap this on.
Hey, are you gonna help these people out?
Oh, damn it. I should have had it building. I can't even get it now. I don't even have plat to speed up the process. So I got the guess right on second try. Oh fuck, what am I doing? I need to get to my ship. Fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god, man. Oh my god. I think both of those things are blueprints that I need to build. And I think it's gonna take 12 hours to build, if not 24. But I could be wrong. It could be instant. I don't know. This is just guessing. Miscellaneous. Okay, yep, I was right. Okay, yeah, 23 hours. Oh, that makes it so much better. 1 hour sooner than usual. I feel so much better, bro. It's better than nothing. It's better than not getting it at all, to be honest. But fuck, I wish it was like, I don't know, at least an hour. Sure you want to
Orders
build
has been counting stars, operator.
mutagen.
All accounted for.
I have to build. I don't know you're not bot. That is such a weird. That is such a weird ass sentence. That is such a bot sentence. Oh my god. That's such bad grammar. Bot sentence. That's. No. Oh, I just remembered something. Did I need to bring something up to rank 40? 84. You gotta be kidding me.
All set. Service your weapons.
Pretty sure there's a
myself.
melee that I have to bring up to rank 40, but I don't know. I already did it. Paracesis is already at 40. Is there a melee? Is there a melee? I need to bring up the bonus prime. It's been formed 3 times. I don't really need to focus on that right now. But I could have sworn there was something I needed to bring up to 40. Or am I misremembering that? Let's go to Mastery Helper. Oh yeah, it was the Kuvul Shieldig. 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 I think. I don't know. How you pronounce that? Really doing this. Hey, what's up? How did you miss it? How did you miss it? Huh? You were warned in advance. All you had to do was keep it open. What did you do? What did you do? God damn it. Okay, I almost missed it. I also missed it. Fuck it, I don't need it. I wasn't told in advance about it. Haven't been on the game in a month or 2. Damn. See, that's where you fucked up right there. You completely walled yourself from any news. SMG, which means in the long run it's gonna be horrendous. No, well, hopefully not, but it's actually really good. Plus, I never expected to make a weapon OP. Never expected DE to make a weapon OP to have to be forced to get it though through their shitty buggy services. All you had to do was open up the stream when they were doing TennoCon, Warframe TennoCon, and just keep it running. The Twitch Prime shit sucks. I have my account linked and don't get the loot. You have to do you have to like OP weapon, the Coda weapon when you get additional 60 for elemental buffs. Excuse me. Just says connect and then guess what? It already gosh damn connected. Yeah, that's annoying. I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know if that's on Twitch's end or DE's end, but it's somewhere along the line between that. That's annoying. I had to un. Do you have to? Did you? Ah, fuck! I can't even talk right now. Did you log out and then log back in like the hard way? Like you have to log out of log out of Warframe and everything, and then log back into it. Hold up a second. I gotta like. Okay. You got 3 towels from Ida. Yeah, I did. I had to lay the hammer down, bro. Y'all see the recent new YouTube for Warframe make the most shitty tier list in Warframe history. Yes, sir. Recent new YouTube for Warframe. I didn't see that. I don't know. I don't think I did. I did see a tier list that was pretty shitty. I saw a tier list of like Warframes that would be like based from like S tier to like I don't know F or something, and it wasn't accurate. I didn't see anything new though. That was like about 2 months ago, I think. I put in the comments, replied. He said, and I'm apparently on a hit list now. I said, I can see why you made the most terrible tier list anyone can make in Warframe. I mean, Jesus, bro. Why would you make a tier list if you know nothing about what you're talking about? Just for clicks. I mean, it's like, at least educate yourself on something. Like, read up on each Warframe, bro. You don't have to play it, but even just reading, you know what? I'm not even gonna say anything. If you're gonna make a tier list, let it be like well informed. Don't let it's just, at that point it's just brain rot if you don't do it, right? Must be nice having a city where it isn't too dead and people are out walking. Serenaraxia and even in top 10, lol, on a stupid tier list. You should do a review of this stupid YouTube video. Worcester is dead as fuck. Shit. Shit talk people's stupid videos and review the stupidity and the criticize. Oh my god. Bro. Will will it show? It was posted 8 days ago. You have to send it to my Discord. Yeah, I'm using display capture. Hold up. One moment. I'm gonna do something real quick. Stretched. I don't know how to fix that. I think it's the camera. Okay. Hold up. Of course. Hold up. I'm fucking up. I'm fucking up. There. Okay. Whew. Okay.
So, really
Shut up, ads. Skip. Goodness gracious, man.
Video with a bunch of disclaimers and important criteria and things you need to know in regards to my ranking today, so I highly recommend you listen to what I have to say first.
Already, from what you just told me, I shouldn't listen to what he has to say.
Otherwise, you might be crashing out even more so if you disagree with a placement in my list. So forgive me for a couple of minutes whilst I establish how I'm doing this video. So normally around this time of year, around mid-year, I do a Warframe tier list on this channel, including all of the latest Warframes and how they are currently. But I figured I'd do something a little bit different this time. Maybe we'll do a tier list at the end of the year because that is a different format. But today we're going to be attempting, from just my opinion, ranking the Warframes, all 65 of them that we have right now, from the worst to the best. There is no science here. This is just my dumbass opinion. So if you have a different opinion that
See that right there? Okay, that. He's being honest, though. Okay, let's hear.
A-okay,
Let's hear.
I think
Let's hear
this is
him
one
out.
of the videos where it is completely valid for everyone to be.
Now, if you're gonna make a tier list about Warframes, you should know the lore of each Warframe, the story of how strong they are. You should know level maxing and how they are without level maxing. And the different types of weapons you can utilize with those Warframes.
Be crashing out in the comments because a certain Warframe is in a certain spot
Also, their abilities.
for a particular reason
Which I
that maybe
think
you
it
disagree
screws up
with.
with them.
Every single player is going to have a different list when you're doing this, and unless you've done this before, you probably won't realize how tricky it is trying to get every little nuanced part of a Warframe and justify why you have them over the 4 frames behind them or behind the 4 frames in front of them on a list like this. I'm just doing this video because I love doing this stuff. I think it's really fun. And I think the final disclaimer is that we are in an incredible state of Warframe when we have been for like the past few years, where I think every frame in the game is usable and viable, even in the highest level of content.
To be real, there is no such thing as a bad Warframe. It's how you mod it. If you like the playstyle that those Warframes are best in or not. And also boils down to personal opinion. But what would seem. But then there's a difference between what is factually bad and what it's bad at doing, because there are warframes that are good at doing certain things better than others. I can clap that shit out easy like the goat himself. Nightmare frame. Limbo and Banshee need the most updated right now. They're lacking in so many bad areas right now, to be honest. Yeah, Limbo needs a rework, like, and Banshee too. Yeah, they need a rework. I'm not gonna lie. Like, cause like in the story, he's supposed to have in the lore, he's supposed to have like re- reality alternating type powers. Supposed to be able to jump in and out of the void, manipulate the void to his will, and essentially in the game, Ordis literally tells you is you're basically using his watered down abilities. Not by verbatim, but it's basically what he's saying. You're using the weakest of his abilities right now. It's basically what he said. And like when you use Limbo, it's like I don't know. It just feels like he has potential, but it's just not meeting up to it. Not meeting up to what's reasonable.
It's just some of them are naturally falling behind based on other old frames getting reworks and such. So even the frames at the end of the list, which will be
I think they fucked up when they reworked Ember Prime and Ember in general. When they um changed the power for fourth ability, it, it they completely like just they literally neutered her completely. She was fine the way how she was. They just made her like a shit ton weaker, and it was annoying. Like I remember watching. I didn't have Ember before they reworked her. I didn't have her, and I didn't get to experience it, but I got to see it from other players because I was early into the game for me. But then, when I finally got Ember, I'm like, it's cool, but it's like I remember it being better. Someone was an Ember hater, to be honest. I regret not becoming an OG Ember main. Damn.
starting with, they're by no means bad. It's by no means a problem to be using them. They're all good and have their uses. And of course, I have my own criteria. I factor in design to the Warframe, so I'm talking augments. If a frame requires too many augments, or even just like two, even if one augment is considered mandatory in a lot of builds, that can hinder their rank a little bit. But mainly it's the ones that use a lot of.
It was so cool seeing the world go in flames in missions and seeing everything burn from people. Yeah. It was it was like it was like a it was like a god walked into the battlefield and just decided to drop the sun. And now Uriel has something similar. the fourth ability, Uriel's fourth ability is somewhat similar. I'd say. Or is it like almost 1-for-1 for what it used to be? You know what I'm talking about? I didn't get to boost up Uriel's capabilities level maxing yet. So I don't know if it could be the same. I didn't look into it.
Them because I think it's important to be able to build from different playstyles on a Warframe, and if you have too many augments that are required, it limits that. I'm looking to see if a Warframe one augment is considered mandatory in a lot of builds. That can hinder their rank a little bit, but mainly it's the ones that use a lot of them because I think it's important to be able to build from different playstyles on a Warframe, and if you have too many augments that are required, it limits that. I'm looking to see if a Warframe can supply themselves with good survivability and damage at the same time. That is the meta. If you want to be a good Warframe nowadays, you need to have both of those things. The Mortar Frame can self-sustain without having to one-trick an Arcane and do damage at the same time, the better. And although fitting in team support isn't entirely necessary because different Warframes have different roles, if a frame can do a bit of the solo aspect of the game as well as have some passive team support, it does help.
Whoa. What's that? I just put the budgeting
Oh,
app in base for
made. Skip.
Place, in my opinion, unfortunately, one of my favorite frames, and that's Limbo. He's primarily in last place because he has more issues than every other Warframe in the game, and these greatly affect his versatility and being able to play either solo or with teammates, specifically with teammates. If there's any Limbo mains that are crashing out already, you gotta understand, I'm a huge fan of this Warframe. I do know how to play him. I have multiple guides of him on the channel. I think the best thing he has to offer is his Rift Torrent augment and that playstyle. But he gets completely wrecked by Xmas units because they just don't care about stasis. By proxy, that makes him really inconsistent in defense missions, which he's supposed to be good at with his Cataclysm. Unfortunately, a large majority of the player base doesn't understand how the Rift works, or even being able to roll inside or out of it. Having to go into game chat and explain how the Rift works every time you roll up on an inexperienced set of teammates is really bad for a Warframe's design. Unfortunately, he is in last place. This next one is going to trigger a lot of people because I know she has a lot of fans.
I remember most Titania. I can't stand when Titanias fly fast, one shot everything with thermal thunder, and leave no kills. Bruh, I don't like playing as Titania when I'm flying around that much because like I keep hitting walls, and I don't want to make her any faster than she already is. Oh, it could definitely be annoying. You got something that's really tiny flying around and then nukes an entire field and then flies off somewhere else really quickly and nukes another spot, and it's like you get nothing. You just have to sit there and just let it happen at that point because each time you try to like get some kills, Titania shows up out of nowhere and kills the enemy before you do. It can get annoying. And Limbo can get really annoying too, especially to inexperienced players when they don't know how to hop out of the. It's not even just the players, the teammates. It could also be the user constantly jumping in and out of the void, leaving pockets for teammates to run into or bump into. Like someone gets knocked down from an explosion or something because they don't have resistance to knock down, and then they fall into the thing, and then it gets annoying because now you can't do any damage to the enemies because you're now in the little pocket universe. I respect Geyer when one-shotting everything because it's her kit basically for low-level content. I never got to play as Geyer. That's one of the warframes I have to work on. I don't have. I want to get the prime and regular version, mainly for experience, but also for master ranking. But Titania flying butterfree, infinitely one-shotting everything in a 40-meter radius through walls with infinite energy, and it's so annoying to see during relic cracking. Oh, yeah. I've had to hop out of sessions when something like that was happening. Because I'm like, I'm just not doing anything at this point. And I just sit there. And this would happen off stream too. When I'm just playing off stream, I'm just end up going on my phone. And then once the match is over, I just run around and pick up shit. And I'm like, this is just boring.
And I want this Warframe to be so much better, but I'm going to be exercising a lot of honesty in this ranking, and I truly believe that Ember is in a terrible spot. To bring up my biggest points, her first ability is really useless without an augment. Her second skill is damage reduction. Plenty of Warframes do this, but better. Her passive's fine. Her third skill is a solid armor strip, but is mainly used with its augment Healing Flame for overguard. The big kicker with Ember is that I think her fourth ability is terrible. If you want Inferno to do any sort of meaningful damage, you first need to have at least 10 procs of viral on enemies. Then you want to be buffing its damage with something like Raw, and you also want to strip the enemies of their defenses. And it also needs a lot of energy and efficiency to be able to spam the skill, because one cast is not going to be enough for a majority of content. If you run into
really
Xmas
fucked up the
enemies,
fourth.
or even enemies with just a bunch of shields, I've seen very high power strength primed up enemies struggle to get decimated by this skill, and I'm talking infested. Inferno is just piss poor weak, takes too many casts, desperately needs a buff, and I think her first skill is also just not great. This Warframe needs help. That being said, her first ability Augment and Healing Flame, she's pretty good with those. Like I said, none of these frames are bad. In a similar spot is the 62nd Warframe, and that's Banshee. Really, Banshee just lacks one of the core elements of the ranking, which, as I stated, is being able to do both good self-sustain and survivability, and good damage. She has the damage unlock. Best debuff frame in the game. Her second skill is ridiculous, especially with its augment. Her first skill is just trash, and you can strip armor with its augment. That's okay. Silence is good, but you can put silence on every other Warframe, so that diminishes her value a lot, and her fourth ability is god-awful. Banshee is heavily carried by the fact that she has innate silence in her kit, and then also has a second skill, which is just nuts. But survivability is pretty whack. She has to rely on arcanes most of the time, or helmets. At the 61st spot, we have Ivara. Ivara is the definition of a Warframe with a bunch of potential. She does a lot of really good things in her kit, damage being a top priority, and she has good survivability. The reason she's so low is that everything she does is super slow and clunky. This Warframe feels like garbage to play and just gets completely mogged in terms of efficiency by every other Warframe. Her first ability has a cycle feature, really slow to go through. Her second skill is clunky to set up and slow sometimes, and only works really well with certain projectile weapons. Prowl makes you really slow, but it's a good skill. And the Artemis bow has a horrendous fire rate and just feels clunky to use, but it does have really good damage with and without its augment. What Ivara does is impressive, it's just how she does it is a problem. Coming in at number 60, I have Loki. I think Loki does a lot of things really well, like making the game easy. Great survivability, just goes invisible. He can make him and his allies invincible with Safeguard Switch. He can prime enemies with the augment for his one, and he pulls good aggro. He can turn enemies into vegetables with his fourth ability. He just lacks damage, you know? That's the main problem. If you just want to roll around a mission and use your guns as is, and not have to worry about staying alive because he's really good at that, this is your Warframe. Good at self-sustain and making the game easier, but if you want to do something special on this Warframe, you're going to need some sort of helmet synergy or something like that. His kit inherently goes against what the meta wants, which is damage. Coming in at 59, we have somewhat of the opposite, and that is Chroma. Chroma is kind of low on this list because two of his skills are terrible. His 1 and his 4. The only use of his 4 is to give you more credits. So he's a good credit farmer. That's cool. Outside of that, His 2 and his 3 are focused on survivability and buffing your damage. There's some cool builds you can do. He's actually quite powerful. Reality is, making yourself more tanky and deal more damage is super basic, and a bunch of these Warframes can do that, especially in the top end, and they can do it better. His core, Chroma, is just a tanky gun buffer, and that's not enough in today's day and age of war. Warframe,
Oh
but
my
hey, it's
God.
pretty easy to play. Now, much like Ember, I think this ranking is going to offend.
I'm already offended. I've been offended. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Quite a few people because Necros is coming in at the 50th.
Oh my God, the amount of people that don't know anything that saw this video. I remember there's this thing that you can install into your browser that can show you the counts and dislikes on YouTube videos. I didn't put it in, but I'm honestly curious how many people disliked the video.
'58 spot. He has a lot of fans and a lot of people that use him, and I understand. He is the primary loot frame in the loot game. There was a time where I believed in the sentiment that just because he gives you more loot in the looter shooter, that puts him in the top 20 at least. I am no longer believing this. I think it's absolute cap and ridiculous reasoning. There's so many frames that you can get more loot with. Granted, that often requires augments, but I don't believe Desecrate is good enough to carry this Warframe. I think Necros is in a really rough spot and needs a rework. His passive just synergizes with his Desecrate. His first skill is bad. It has a very niche use with summoning enemies. Terrify's great, no complaints there, good skill. Same thing with Desecrate, and its Augment Despoil, solid. However, his Shadows do not do enough damage, and even if you put maximum investment in, I'm talking Arcanes, Varus.
Okay, you don't know the maximum. Problem is, he doesn't know. Earlier in the video, he said it's his dumbass opinion. I don't hate the guy. I just hate he's putting out ill-informed content for more people to be ill-informed. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, if he's doing this like yearly basis or quarterly basis, I feel like it's more than enough time to put in research so that you can make a video that's well informed or more informed than what this video is. I think mistakes are made, and I think this is a mistake that he can learn from. Necros is really good. How do you want it? This is 95% misinformed info. A lot of it is false and lies. He doesn't hardly know the game. Yeah, I mean, if he makes these type of videos in the amount of time, the time frame he says he makes them, He has plenty of time to do some research if he's trying to be a Warframe content creator. I'm talking like looking up lore, looking up mods, looking up different ways, different other YouTube videos on how you can get the most out of out of a specific Warframe, and then from that you can sort of break down a list of Warframes that are good in certain categories, but you can't really say which Warframe is better than the next. They all have different roles. You could say this Warframe is better than this Warframe at doing stealth, and then this Warframe's better than this Warframe in doing AoE or whatever. And then show a clip of them experimenting with different mods, different Riven mods, different arcanes, mixing and matching from one video source, and then from one specific Warframe, and then you find out this other Warframe can do the same thing, but a little bit differently. You put those mods in, and then you try to test it out to see how good it is. If you do things like that, it's different. If I was DE, I wouldn't hire him to be a Warframe partner unless he goes to Baby Tenno school and graduate. Damn, I'm out. I need some water. I'm gonna be right back. I just need to fill this up before I step away for a second. I'm gonna run this. I'll mute my mic.
Debuffing, buffing with damage, min-maxing the hell out of shadows, they will still get their DPS completely destroyed by the likes of a Caliban, who is just a better summoner frame. The main use of them is to pull aggro and redirect the damage that you are taking, which is only done via its augment Shield of Shadows. This frame doesn't do enough damage or DPS, only gives you more loot. There's other armor stripping tools in the game that are also just better for helmets, because Terrify is quite expensive and his first kill sucks. But I would not blame you for using this Warframe based on the fact that Desecrate is incredibly useful and the most accessible loot tool in the game, but I don't think that carries him high. Coming in at 57, I have Corvex. I just did a video talking about him. In reality, he's one of the best scaling AFK Warframes in the game. You can, with this Warframe, sit in a survival, AFK, destroying enemies regardless of their level in a large horde. Automatically, you're probably thinking, how is this Warframe so low on the list? It's because he does worse if there's less enemy density. His third skill doesn't do enough. His fourth ability is the best with its augment. His second skill also just is super inconsistent, mainly useful with its augment, even then not required, and your first skill is only good when combined with your four. Corvex basically just has one use, which is what I just mentioned, and outside of that, he's very limited and really annoying to play in missions where there's not as many enemies. At 56, we have Trinity. I think Trinity's a great Warframe. I love having her on my team. She's good fun. To be honest, I don't think Trinity does anything bad. It's just, naturally, as a support-focused Warframe who doesn't have too many damage options, that makes you fall behind a little bit. Warframe is about killing as many enemies as quickly as possible, at least in terms of the meta. I think her whole kit is really good, but her main form of...
Rewind that.
And really annoying to play in missions where there's not as many enemies. At 56, we have Trinity.
I love Trinity. I don't even have her. The amount of support I get out of Trinity is insane. With people who know how to use Trinity. Listen. Yes. Let's just read off of her abilities real quick. Okay. Let's just do that. First ability, Well of Life. Create a Well of Life on an enemy who will absorb status effect damage instead for nearby allies. Allies gain additional health when they attack the target. If allies die, enemies in the Well of Life die in their stead. Energy Vampire. Allies will gain energy over time when enemies are marked with Energy Vampire. She's unkillable in armor and defense. 100% strips and heals objectives. Yes. And she does redirected total exact insane damage to everyone linked nearby in it. It's like doing chained damage, but it's so rapid and constant, it's busted. And allies, you gain all your energy back nearby after you kill them instantly. Yeah. Same thing with another Warframe that's good at doing that is Haro Prime. Yeah. Haro Prime, yeah. I wonder what he's gonna rank Haro at. Bro, I just know he's gonna say Haro is bad. I feel like he's gonna say Haro is bad, bro. He's like he's like an angry healer priest that's kind of a masochist, but he's scary in the battlefield. I remember watching a funny video. It's funny still to this day. People think Trinity is a support only frame, but not. She's not only a support frame, she does great as a support frame. Not gonna lie, but she's not only support. Saren, yeah. I want to get Saren Prime. Let's look at Link. This crazy Link, the Link that you mentioned. Any damage taken while Link is active will be channeled to a nearby enemy. They attack you with their. You're doing like. You're going against level 250 enemies. They try to do damage to you. You link it to their buddies, including the enemy that's attacking you. They kill themselves along with their buddies. And you're fine. You are unkillable, and you're. You could take a baby Tenno with you on a uh in what's it called? I forgot the term already. Uh it's the fucking map. This fucking controller's taking forever to connect. God damn it. Fucking steel path. Damn it. I had to look at the sign to remember. You could take a baby Tenno with you to steel path and protect them. They're not gonna do much damage, right? But you can take someone along with you and help them out. Let's look at Blessing now. Restore the health and shields of allies within the affinity range while reducing the damage they take from enemies. Another way to literally make you unkillable. a constant resupply. All you gotta do is just stay near. You just gotta stay near Trinity, and you're good. Yes, I can see why you're triggered.
I think Trinity's a great Warframe. I love having her on my team. She's good fun. To be honest, I don't think Trinity does anything bad. It's just naturally, as a support-focused Warframe who doesn't have too many damage options, that makes you fall behind a little.
What are you talking about? Her abilities support damage. It's support and damage dealing. They serve two purposes when they're activated.
A little bit. Warframe is about killing as many enemies.
God, he doesn't know shit. What's his mastery rank? Mastery rank doesn't really mean much to anything, by the way. It just means you level shit up. But let me show you something, okay? I'm gonna show you something, okay? Okay? I'm mastery rank 22. I'm gonna be mastery rank 23 very soon. Let me show you the amount of hours I have on this game. Okay? I'm gonna do that real quick. Sorry. That's the hours right there. Almost mastery rank 23. This is where I'm at right now. This is the progress bar. I have this much to fill up. I have finished building these things here. I need to level them up. That's all I gotta do. That's basically same hours as me on PC. I'm MR23. I got a decent amount on my Xbox as well. Same. I started playing on PS4. My PS4 broke. I went to Xbox, and I didn't. It wasn't my Xbox. It was my brother's Xbox, and then I got a PC, a gaming laptop, and then I switched from a gaming laptop and upgraded to a full tower PC. But yeah, that's my PC playing time. But I put a lot of hours in this game. Now let me just show you. Oh wait, hold up. Actually, that's the actual play hours. Is it the same as this? Like, how are the hours different? Oh, hold up. Actual time played. I think it was from use of. I think it was just from. I think it was from the times that I fell asleep and it allocated to that much. But still, I have a lot of hours played in this game. And this isn't just the only platform I played on. My point still stands. Mastery rank does not mean that you know a lot about the game. It just means you leveled up a lot. Fuck, I fucked up. I fucked up. Why does it keep opening on this window, on this screen? It pisses me off. It's so annoying how it keeps moving over to my other screen. I tried to change that. Let's go back to the video.
As quickly as possible, at least in terms of the meta. I think her whole kit is really good, but her main form of damage, you can do some gimmicky things by using your 2 on enemies and spreading that damage via helmets. And then you can buff your crit chance with the augment for your 4 Champion's Blessing. It's good, but just a bit gimmicky in the way that it works. You have to lose and heal health. Trinity doesn't do a good job of accessing damage. At 55, we have Inaros. This one also probably seems a bit low, mainly because Persistence has made Inaros 10 times better. This is one of the best tanks in the game now, but tanking in this game isn't really impressive at this point. So yeah, it's low. In the way that it works, you have to lose and heal health. Trinity doesn't do a good job of accessing damage. At 55, we have Inaros. This one also probably seems a bit low, mainly because Persistence has made Inaros 10 times better. This is one of the best tanks in the game now, but tanking in this game isn't really impressive at this point. So yeah, his passive makes him unkillable. You've got finishes on your first skill, plenty of ways to heal yourself. Stats immunity from your 3, boosting your own armor, stripping armor with corrosive from your 4, and then your second skill, you've got incredible grouping. And its main use comes from the fact that the augment elemental sandstorm can do a bunch of damage, specifically when you're combining it with the likes of Raw and the Mecha mod set. Without Raw or Mecha, that setup is not that good. I'm just going to be honest. That's me being generous. It's just not good. You need Raw, and the Mecha mod set takes it to an actual usable level. And I think that's Inaros' best build. It's just that it's not very accessible. So what I'm saying is, Inaros at his peak in terms of investment is very good. Better than the likes of a Necros at peak investment. Outside of that, he is just a tank that can prime enemies. Now moving on to the 54 spot, we have the Garth. This one hurts a little bit because she's one of my favorite comfort pick Warframes. But I just got to be honest, she doesn't do all that much. Good self-sustaining passive for your health and energy. First skill, second skill, good for priming. Accessible viral debuff is great. The third skill is a good crit buff and a get out of jail free card, but it's way better with its augment. She has one of the best tanking builds in the game if you're using the setup where you can put yourself to like 30 seconds of immortality. And I do think her horses are solid. For most content, you can just mow down a corridor of enemies if you've primed them with your 1 and your 2 and then use your 4 on them. It also strips armor, but the horses are not that good. They want a lot of power strength, which then just makes them very expensive. You want a shit ton of casting speed, and the skill is just not going to be that useful versus enemies that are probably past level 300. I just think her 4 should be better. At 53, we have Hydroid. He's got a good passive. He can buff his damage via corrosive and his armor with the use of his 3. His first ability strips armor in a wide radius and becomes even better with its augment, able to proc viral at the same time. If you build for efficiency, you can mash this skill and wipe hordes at a pretty decent level. His second skill has grouping to synergize with that, and his fourth ability, get its damage buffed by its 3. It's okay. The main use of the 4 is its augment, which gives you more loot in Pilfering Swarm. He's just doing more damage than that of Necros while still having the option to increase your loot. This is a very solid Warframe. I just think his damage's fallen off a little bit over time, so it requires a lot of button mashing, specifically of your 1, in order to hit his peak. At 52, we have Equinox. Now, she is mostly being carried by Maim.
Okay. What the fuck? I've seen Equinox do crazy shit.
So it requires a lot of button mashing, specifically of your 1, in order to hit his peak. At 52, we have Equinox. Now, she is mostly being carried by Maim. I'll just be honest. I think there's a bunch of issues with Equinox's kit. The fact that she is clunky and switching between builds is a nuisance. Also, a massive augment merchant. These all knock her down a rank.
Stick with me for 30 seconds as I show you the trading
Shut
strategies.
up. I don't want to see shit.
just her main selling.
I have no fucking idea what's wrong with this dude. I've seen people do crazy shit with Equinox. Nuking rooms like crazy. High level enemies. One or 2 seconds, enemies are gone. Loot scattered everywhere. From the dead enemies. It's just dead enemies. I have Equinox Prime. Yeah. I know some LR5s that did that with Equinox Prime. And literally 1 to 2 seconds and the whole room is gone. Gone or asleep. It's like, oh my god. Oh my god. If you want to be bad at, if you want to do everything wrong with Warframe, you watch this video.
It's an incredible skill, one of the best nukes in the game, and that will get you pretty damn far. Passive is good. The first skill has negligible effect outside of switching between forms, and best use is the augment. The 2 is fine. The 3 mainly useful with augments, and then huge band-aid augment for the 4th skill. This Warframe could definitely get much further with a slight rework. At 51, we have the biggest augment merchant in the game, and that's Frost. If this guy didn't rely on having augments in his build, I'm not kidding, he'd probably be like top 20 or top 15. He's just that good at his...
Bro, I want a coffee. I just want a coffee right now.
Peak. His passive is solid and has great synergy with the augment for his 4, which is Icy Avalanche, which accesses a bunch of overguard on top of a skill that already strips armor in a massive radius. Then you combine that with the passive augment Biting Frost, which grant you increased critical chance and critical damage on any enemy that's frozen. His Snow Globe is okay. His 2nd skill is just a worse version of his 4. Same thing goes for his 1, but it has a decent augment. Unfortunately, 3 mod slots are always going to be taken by a build. At number 50, we have Temple. Temple is literally just a good exalted weapon Warframe. That's the best way to describe them. Their entire kit has huge damage potential. I do think the survivability is a bit unconventional and lackluster, primarily with the 3, and it's partially survivability. Describe them. Their entire kit has huge damage potential. I do think the survivability is a bit unconventional and lackluster, primarily with the 3, and it's partially alleviated by the new augment. Yeah, Temple's a weird one. They just exist, kind of like an exalted Banshee where survivability is lacking, but the damage is so good it makes up for it in a lot of ways. Insane damage buff for your team though. In some ways, Temple feels like what Ember wishes she was. At 49, we have Jaya. This is one of the Warframes where whenever I pick them up, I'm always impressed with how good she actually is, but that comes with the caveat that this frame is at her best with the cathode current augment, and without said augment, she drops down multiple ranks. Scalable, on-the-fly AoE damage that also buffs your guns. I also think she's had big improvements to her survivability. Jaya is an absolute monster of a Warframe that is simply only useful because cathode current exists, which is a massive flaw. At rank 48,
Mm-mm. Mm. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Mm. Launch a gyratory sphere that will deal high damage on impact. Periodically deal electrical shocks to nearby enemies. Hit multiple enemies at once with the initial launch to enhance damage. Coil horizon. Throw forward a gyratory sphere that will implode after a few seconds or can be manually triggered. Excuse me. Cathode Grace. Gain a brief burst of increased critical chance and energy regen with each kill, extending duration of Cathode Grace. Casting is on a cooldown. Geyer's mechanism spin at critical speeds, generating electric fields that shock nearby enemies. When Gyre hits a critical hit, a large electrical discharge will chain from the enemy that was hit to nearby enemies. So you're talking huge AoE. Okay, now let's look at Intensify for these abilities. Continuity and some stretch or prime stretch. You get prime stretch though, it's really good. Prime continuity is really good. You get you can get either a primed intensify or you can get umbral intensify. Slap that shit on there. It's a sin, bro. This whole video is multiple sins for every warframe against every warframe. Oh my gosh. And slap some crystals on that shit. Oh fuck. I gotta ask, are there ribbon mods for Geyer's primary weapon? The Alternox Prime? Firestorm makes it. Ooh. Primed Firestorm. Is there a Riven mod for that? For this weapon? Let me see. There is? Will it pull up? Will it pull up? Riven mods. Is there a library in this in Wiki Warframe Wiki? It doesn't. It only shows what I have. Damn. It only shows what I have. Oh yeah. Show me your Trinity. Yes. Yes. I'm currently working on my Mesa. I just got Mesa, by the way. I actually have, all I had left to build Mesa originally was their optics.
Accept your death, and you may yet avoid it. Trust in your training.
Damn it. Sorry, my controller disconnected. Alright, here we go.
Life support has been cut off. They're trying to choke you out. Hold on. I'm sending auxiliary life support.
Man, this guy really knew what he was talking about. Trinity is so terrible. Worst Warframe ever, bro. Like, fuck. So terrible, bro. Oh my god, bro.
That's a bypass. It will suspend security measures for our operative and hasten their work. I've delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
Oh, what's this here? What do we got over here?
A bypass has been utilized. The operative is moving faster already.
Oops, I fucked up. Don't worry, don't worry. Yeah, I'm still working on Mesa.
Another life support capsule is now available.
Look at them. They come to this place when they know they are not pure. My brothers, did I not tell of this day? Did I not prophesize this moment?
This dude really put himself in a position where he constantly gets killed and comes back.
It is time. I will teach these trespassers the redemptive power of my Yamasee. They
Fastest gunslinger in the universe.
Our operative is making progress. This will help our cause. When you are ready, go to extraction.
They cut me down, but still I speak. I am energy, and I cannot...
Still you speak, only to come back and die again. Oh my god, bro. Oh boy. Oh boy! Look at the enemy's armor. Yes, 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 yes. What armor? Yeah, let's see, let's see.
We're running out of time. Consider extraction.
Look at that. Well, I don't see that moving. Bro, you're just so terrible, bro. Your shield is not even moving, bro. It's just so bad. Such a bad Warframe, bro. That list, bro. I don't know, man. I think that list was onto something, bro. He's disrespecting Araxia.
We will all share in this bounty. Hold out as long as you can.
let's just extract.
Critical life support levels. Extraction was your best option.
Oh, hold on. Let me get that thing first. That blue mark. That blue thing. You get that real quick. Just gotta get that real quick. Oh, it disappeared. Damn it.
Life support has been replenished.
Alright. I'm extracting. Move. Shit. Damn it. Damn it. Come on. Gotta lock in. Oh shit. There we go. Might as well grab that too.
What you have learned here will serve you well.
Yes. Yes. It's too bad the proto frame couldn't the proto frame for Trinity couldn't stand up against that douchebag. And bro, I don't even have Araxia at her full potential, and I do very well in I do pretty well in Steel Path, and I, mind you, still didn't full on open the map for Steel Path, but I'm doing good in Steel Path with Araxia. This thing is awesome. You never have to worry about ammo because it makes its own ammo. Oh, I'm gonna back up. My fucking yeah. Raxia is so bad, bro. It's funny. They explode in like red and green and blue. It's like Christmas. It's like fire. It's like Christmas fireworks or something. Christmas themed fireworks. Raxia is so bad, bro. Did you work? Did you work on her secondary? Her secondary is actually good too. Bruh. Yes, yes. Oh my god. Bro, Kyra's just so bad, bro. Just fucking. Or this. Dude's better off saying, I just don't know what I'm doing. God damn it. Lore-wise, Gyra's a walking EMP. And she can make the whole planet go dark. Just go back to the Stone Age. The only thing you would have to be relying on is generators, but that's just about it. That's if you can get some electronics to work on top of that. He will disrespect your no. He disrespected Nova. He disrespected Nova. I'm not surprised, bro. I am interested. I am interested. This shows a good play-by-play comparison from what he is saying compared to what you can actually do. So this is needed. Let's go up here and see what level these enemies are. 145, by the way. Oh, I fucking... Hold up. Let's see what this does. Yeah, but I still got work to do with this gun. This thing has a lot of potential. I don't even know what I can do with it yet. Like, I literally just ranked it up last night. Just the chain reaction of explosions. And these are without my companion, and these are Eximus. Want to see regular Grenier? Yes. Bro, I can't wait till I do some crazy shit with this gun, bro. It's fucking hilarious. You just dropping antimatter nukes. The fuck? Oh my god, this thing's amazing. Okay, listen, Automod, you are what part of Nova is insane is in any way defensive? I mean, offensive. Like, Automod needs to, like, walk the fuck in. I'm just tired of using it, but I need it for, I just need some kind of thing that... Automod's a headache. He doesn't know what troop Novas are capable of. Be ready to tell him Nova is insane, not what he says about her. Bruh. Oh yeah, I've done some cool shit with sight before. However, I don't have him to his full capabilities, but I know he has really good potential, and I know you're saying this because he's gonna say some shit about sight, and just fucking. You want to see him against these quick? Yes, yes. You can shoot through fucking walls, dog. One-shot enemies. The ricochet bullets goes to any other enemy that's nearby from what is in your sights. His primary is really good too. His secondary is also really fucking good. Oh my god. Oh fuck, my bad. No. No, you can't. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I've chosen to put Zaku. I think Zaku was a bit better before the health and armor changes around a year ago. Now that there's more health on enemies compared to armor, the use of armor stripping has dropped down on this warframe, and leeching guns to scale their
Wait, what? What are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about? Oh my god. Oh my god, this dude does not know. Bro thought he saw all that you can possibly do on Warframe. Bro thinks he saw everything you can possibly do with each Warframe. Oh my god, it's fucked up. Oh fuck.
damage off of enemies. Takes longer to kill them now because of that health pool. And sure, Zaku has incredible scaling damage with those guns, but the DPS is a little bit slower than it used to be, is much better with viral priming, somewhat unreliable survivability being a focus on dodge chance. So this is a top tier scaling damage warframe, very similar to Corvex, except they work in...
You said it in his comments. You said apparently I'm now on a hitman's kill list. Yeah, I remember him saying that. That's fucked up. Oh my
way
god.
more areas than Corvex does. And one of the best pieces of value this warframe brings is unfortunately the helmet, which is Zarta's Whisper, which can be put on other warframes. So Zaku's doing alright. Speaking of doing alright, Caliban comes in at 47. I think this warframe could arguably be higher, and that's based on his Razor Mortar Augment. That augment single-handed alright. Speaking of doing alright, Caliban comes in at 47. I think this warframe could arguably be higher, and that's based on his Razor Mortar Augment. That augment...
Art, it's not even... based on what you're saying, it's not even an argument. It's more of a fact. Because of an argument, there is a chance that you could be wrong or it could be right. And in this instance, all the warframes he just mentioned have more capabilities than what he said. He knows absolutely nothing about any of these warframes, makes a video about it based on his opinion, and instead of basing it on opinion, it should be based on fact. You should allow opinion, your own personal opinion, to fall into place when you're talking about which is your favorite, but when it comes down to something factual, like which is the best based on stats, what each warframe is capable of doing on, you should not put an opinion in that at that point, because it takes away the point of this video, which is what is supposed to be factually the best. Even though earlier in the video he said it's his own personal dumb opinion, but when you're making videos like this from what is worst to best, you're trying to make it factual. The goal should be trying to inform people what is good from what is the best to worst. And the reality is that shouldn't be a question. Right now.
Single-handedly makes him 10 times better in terms of pure DPS. You can just group up a horde of enemies and then your turrets are going to instantly destroy them. But without said augment, Caliban is just solid. Really good survivability with shield regen, versatile minions, good damage that scales.
Nightmare Frame is my favorite. He taught me basically most of everything about Warframe. Yeah, I've watched a lot of his stuff. A good bit. I need to watch more of him, but I've seen a good amount. I've seen some of his streams. I've seen a few of his videos, and yeah, I'd say he's pretty. He is an OG. Exactly. Yeah, I'd say he's definitely up there.
Well, is a lot better when you include a helmet like.
I know he didn't watch any of his videos because he made this video. He didn't try to educate himself, as far as I know. Because if he did, he wouldn't be saying this. Either one, he doesn't research it, doesn't know how to research it, or is doing a video based on his own personal opinions from playing it through his own efforts, instead of finding out what is the best build for said warframe in terms of level capping or whatever. And there's many different types of builds too. He made it so clear with Varuna is the first melee warframe, and why, oh guys, don't be like, but Baruch is 10 times better. Yes, that's true, but when you guys are gonna realize Baruch isn't a melee warframe, he's an exalted weapon warframe. Yeah. Truly, his exalted weapon is insane. All you do with Baruch is you sit there, take hits, take no damage, and then finally you just unleash a flurry of insane blows that would disintegrate opponents in seconds. You sit there, take hit, and then you kill. You clap them. You're like, yep, hit me harder. Like a masochist. It's like, okay, now it's my turn. Hit me right here. Damn auto mod. And he's like, okay, my turn. Poof, 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 poof. And then the enemy sees their squad of 20 people just get blown up by him not actually touching them. It's just waves of punches. And it's incredibly fast. Don't get caught in this combo now. Automon needs to be banned, yes. Yes, yes. Yes. Oh my god. Yes, yes, it was. It was a good suggestion. Oh my god. This is a really good suggestion. Mm, mm, mm. Oh my god.
Nourish, good energy sustain, debuffing with the 2, armor stripping with the 4. He's doing a lot of things very well. I think in terms of performance, if we were to compare Caliban to Zaku, without Razor Mortar, they're very similar. If anything, Zaku is better because they outscale them, but then Razor Mortar comes in and just makes the DPS of Zaku significantly less impressive. At 46, we have Excalibur.
Because you don't know what the fuck you're
DPS
doing.
of Zaku because they outscale them, but then Razor Mortar comes in and just makes the DPS of Zaku significantly less impressive. At 46, we have Excalibur. He was extremely difficult to rank because I think what he's capable of doing, especially in terms of pure damage in AoE and being efficient at nuking hordes, he is incredibly strong. If a new player was watching this video and saw rank 46 at nuking hordes doing, have Excalibur DPS.
Okay, Excalibur is insane.
Okay, so I'm going to open this video with a bunch of...
What the fuck is he doing? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Mm-mm. Mm-mm. No.
disclaimers and important criteria and things you need to know.
Let me show you my Excalibur build, okay? I'm missing a couple things, but I can have him do some crazy shit once I have him set up. Excalibur Umbra and Excalibur are broken. Okay? He one-shots anything in level cap. Wait, he doesn't let me hop in. Hey there, buddy. Can I hop in here real quick? Son of a bitch! Yo, what's good? Bro, I wanted to hop into your stream earlier, but I was like cooking and shit. And then when I finally came back, you were done. You were gone. Oh yeah, I gotta work on this. I was trying to level this up to 40, but anyway. I'm gonna swap to my Excalibur real quick, and I'm gonna show you the build that I have there. Just the mods. All I gotta do is swap out one of his abilities for roar, the first ability with roar, and then slap on some crystals, some more crystals. Just gonna show his. I keep not using my fucking controller. Upgrade. I think if I swap out. Wait, hold on. Blind Rage, Continuity. Where's that other thing I had? I had another mod to put in that I took out. It was late, sorry. Probably gonna stream more today. Depends on tomorrow. Okay. Okay. Bro, here I have the mod. What's that mod that requires you to change color on your energy so that it determines the type of damage you output with each slash? Oh wait, I have to go back into his exalted. I think I already have it in there, right? No, it's not in there. You got yours ready to show? Okay. Well, it's not. I'm using Umbra. It's not Excalibur. Fuck. Excalibur. But yeah. I'm about to swap. I'm about to show you. Actually, you know, I'm just gonna let you show. Yes. Bro, this dude does not. We're watching a video about a Warframe video. This dude is trying to like rank the best Warframe to the worst, and automatically, when someone does that, you know it's usually gonna be a terrible fucking video. This dude does not know what he's talking about at all. He's just disrespecting Warframes. He doesn't know the full capabilities of each Warframe. Oh my god, man. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, goodness. Yo, work friend calls you as soon as you said it depends on tomorrow. Oh my god. If you try Max, that's the setting. It'll show you Excalibur off. Okay. I'm gonna show you this. What I have for Excalibur Umbra. Right now. As of right now. Okay. not even the best I can do right now. This isn't even the Excalibur that I had set to do the thing that I was trying to do. The build is on my Excalibur, not the Umbra. Let me see. And I still need a couple things to do on that frame. Let's see if I can pull them up. Did I pass it? I did pass Excalibur. It's an E. What's wrong with me?
Drink
Do
water.
I not know my alphabet? There we go. There we go. So this is what I have for mods. I need to slap some shit on, but this is what I got here. Melee influence. Oh, I need to bring this up. So I need to bring up melee influence. Then I need to... Where's that mod? I need to bring this up. I need to bring that up. And then I need to slap on... Where's that mod? Where is that mod? Spring loaded blade. No. Wait. On status effect, +1 range for 24 seconds. Stacks up to 2 times. What's that mod called? It deals damage based on the color of your energy. I know I have it. I know I do. Force condition overload. No, it's a golden. It's one of the golden mods, I think. Sundering strike. No. And return life strike. Proton snap. Sundering. No, not sundering strike. Which one is it? It's on Warframe augment. Not this mail. Okay. Do I have it installed? Blind Rage, Intensify, no. Chromatic Blade, there it is. So yeah, that's the mod I have. I have my energy set so it does electrical damage. I need to slap some other mods in here though, not gonna lie. Prime Vigor, probably. Boost up the strength. Slap on some crystals. Then change my first ability with, I think, Roar? Or Nourishment? It's Roar, right? Roar? And then I'll be able to use Conditional Overload. Yes. Nourish is better for Excalibur if you don't want to worry about energy. Oh shit. I wonder what I can do right now. Hold up. I need to get closer. Just changing your FOV. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Display, field of vision. Where's display? New control. Not controller. Display video. Where is it again? It's in. Let's see. Max equals Z. Set camera position to far offset. It's an accessibility, right? It's in video. You see it below brightness and contrast. Okay. So I was in the right spot. Field of view. And camera position. Where's that? Interface? Okay. Far offset. Okay. Okay. Oh shit. Oops. Now you gotta spawn them back. Wait. There we go. Can't believe he disrespected the One Punch Man. Facts. I really like screen shake in this game. It's personal preference. Oh, let me read that. Also, you can disable screenshot if you like. I know your opinion how much more sick the camera looks and feels with max FOV and camera offset differences. Oh, I didn't see that. Yeah, so I like this, to be honest. Look at the energy. Never-ending energy. You can also make the enemies 10 times easier to see with enemy highlight with a color of your own choosing. Oh yeah. I remember that update. Unlimited energy! Jesus Christ! Oh my god! Oh my god! It's so brutal! You... What the fuck was that? You just grabbed them up and move around like a little baby. You just shake them up. Look at this shit. You just grouped them up into a freaking... Oh my god. Oh my god. I heard of the tragedy of Darth Plagueis, the energy. Is this Star Wars related, right? Darth Plagueis. He disrespected Saku. Unacceptable. Darth Plagueis. Darth Plagueis. Darth Plagueis. I don't know if I have heard it. I've known of is Darth Plagueis, I'm gonna guess here. Is Darth Plagueis what's that fucker's name? What's his name? Yes, Darth Sidious's master. Is it the guy that could wait, Darth Sidious. Now I'm trying to remember Darth Sidious. Stone moving in the wind. That is just crazy to think about. Could influence the midichlorians to create life. Hash. Yes! Yes, yes, I remember that. That's what Anakin's fucking did. It's what Anakin's master did to kill his girl, bro. To kill his girl, bro. And made him think that he was responsible for killing her. Yeah, Palpatine. Yes, 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 yes. Anakin, that was Vader. Anakin, Luke, that was Vader. Vader become Darth Vader, yeah. I mean, once Anakin pledged himself to Darth Sidious and chopped Windu's hand off, saved him, then became Darth Vader. Anakin wouldn't kill his wife. Palpatine was like draining the life from her, right? Wasn't he draining the life from her? And then made him think that he killed her, or that he you know. He kind of did. I mean, he was choking her and shit, but um yeah, Palpatine was slowly draining her life. But that choke did kind of was kind of the finisher, and she was just really weak, and then Palpatine kind of finished the process. Cuz she had a chance of turning around from that whole scenario, but he just finished her off afterwards. And then made him think that him choking her out killed her. Because Palpatine learned that ability. Palpatine learned that ability from his master. He was telling a story in the movie of a man who that was in the dark side that killed his own master after learning how to do it, and then he ended up doing a whole reveal. It was me. Right? Or did he not do it? I don't know. It's kind of vague. What's good, Flytrap? How you doing? Did you know this is the only weapon you can shoot with Uriel? While flying in his number one. as Dementor form. What weapon is that? What the fuck? I mean, you can shoot his melee slash primary weapon, but I didn't mod it to where, I don't know. Wait, is that the Vincubus? Is that what you're using? Oh! Yeah, the Bubonico. I didn't know I didn't think of using that while flying as Uriel. Because whenever I use this Vincubus, I like stop in mid-flight. I'm like kind of slowly falling, and then I just go back into flight, like really quick. I fly around, snipe, and then fly around, and then continue flying. That's insane, though. Coda Bubonico. Ooh, even better. I just have the regular Bubonico. He's gonna say some shit about Nidus too now, isn't he? We are watching a video doing reactions and stuff, and basically what Legmat is doing here is showing the contradiction which the commentator is making. It's a baby Tenno that thinks he knows, or actually is making a video on something that you should know deep knowledge about. You should have a deep knowledge about, which is the best Warframe, and that's really just comes down to opinion, really. There are Warframes that are better at certain things than others, but overall, there's really no such thing as a bad Warframe. It's just opinion, how you mod it, and how you like the playstyle that they have, like how they fight or whatever. Favorite is Darth Malgus. Personally, I don't have a favorite. I think do I know Darth Malgus? I might know. I haven't watched anything Star Wars related in a minute. I think I've seen every video, every movie. Even the new ones. I don't know if I've seen all of the old ones. I think I might have watched every single Star Wars movie, but I could be wrong. Darth Malgus. No. Is Darth Malgus in any of the movies, or is Darth Malgus in the comics? Let me open my... Darth Malgus is not in the movies. I figured as much. thousands of years before the Clone Wars. Damn. Wow. Oh my gosh. I think Yo is doing something right now. Ready to have the brain cells be fried in a microwave from the vid. Oh god. Oh yes, that's right, that's right, that's right. I don't know why I was just sitting there. That's my bad. Oh fuck, I pressed the wrong thing. Oh god, here we go.
In regards to my ranking today. Okay, so I'm going to open this video with a bunch of disclaimers. You listen
Wait,
to what I
what?
have to say first. Otherwise, you might be crashing out
What
even
just
more
happened
so.
there? No,
A,
you're already
the main
crashing.
use of the
We're already
is its
crashing
orbit,
out.
which gives you more loot in
You
pilfering.
don't know what the
Is a
fuck you're
very
talking
lost
about, bro.
Equinox, snaps with Equinox. The main passive is the huge. He's just that good. Much critical shot and skill and the Banshee, where you have Jaya. This is by AoE damage that exists. Health on enemies compared to damage off preventing viral priming. Somewhat unreliable survivability than it used to. Zaku has incredible damage off of venom. The use of armor stripping has dropped down on, and one of the best pieces of value this Warframe brings is unfortunately the helmet, which is Zarta's Whisper, which can be put on other Warframes. So Zaku's doing alright. Speaking of doing alright, Caliban
Don't know
comes in
shit. What the fuck you talking
at
about?
47. I think this Warframe could arguably be higher, and that's based on his
You don't know
reason
what the
more.
fuck you're
You've got said
doing.
augment. Caliban is just solid.
Know
Really
what
good
you're doing, bro.
survivability with shield regen, versatile minions, good damage that
I
scales
want to stress no hate. I just hate the video and the misinformation.
as well. Is a lot better when
Because
you
you
include
got 992 people that like this video that are gonna think the same thing or more that didn't like it, because you never know with these numbers here. It doesn't mean exactly 992 people agree with the video, because a lot of times people forget to press the like button. The point is, people are seeing this and gonna think, oh, this is it, right? This is the information I should go by. You got 30,000 people watching it.
helmets like Nourish. Good and
And yeah, I accidentally restarted the video somehow. You were concentrating with the Force. He's the best ability nuking Warframe ever. What?
turrets are going to instantly destroy them. But without said augment, Caliban is just solid. Really good survivability with shield regen, versatile minions, good damage that scales well. Is a lot better when you include a helmet like Nourish. Good energy sustain, debuffing with the 2, armor stripping with the 4. He's doing a lot of things very well. I think in terms of performance, if we were to compare Caliban to Zaku, without Razor Mortar, they're very similar. If anything, Zaku is...
No, let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish.
Stripping with the 4. He's doing a lot of things very well. I think in terms of performance, if we were to compare Caliban to Zaku, without Razor Mortar, they're very similar. If anything, Zaku is better because they outscale him, but then Razor Mortar comes in and just makes the DPS of Zaku significantly less impressive. At 46, we have Excalibur. He was extremely difficult to rank because I think what he's capable of doing, especially in terms of pure damage in AoE and being efficient at nuking hordes, he is incredibly strong. If a new player was watching this video and saw rank 46, they probably think, oh, why would I ever pick this guy as my starter? But I don't think this rank or any rank could do him justice in terms of his pure damage potential. The reason he's at this rank is that his survivability has always been in question. It's just not that great. His best survivability comes from the...
Another thing is this whole ranking strategy he has here. It's all wrong. It's all wrong.
...frames of his slash dash. Then you can blind enemies, and the general idea...
There are like groups. There are like so many warframes that are like insane if you know what you're doing in one group, and then you got some warframes that are like good in other things. It's never just a tier list going down. Like
idea of Excalibur is
the way how he's going about this is all wrong, and the way how he goes about modding and using the frames and every swapping build, everything is just wrong. Everything is just wrong. It's just wrong. It's just a wrong video to watch. This is a video you should not be watching. And he sucks at building. Yeah.
The Blade is carrying his kit. I think Slash Dash is very underrated in terms of keeping him alive. His 2 is good, and then his 3, I'm sorry, it's not good without the augment. Very powerful, but a bit one-dimensional. Coming right back, I'm very underrated in terms of keeping it. And the general idea of Excalibur is nothing is going to kill you if they're already dead. Exalted Blade is carrying his kit. I think Slash Dash is very underrated in terms of keeping him alive. His 2 is good, and then his 3, I'm sorry, it's not good without the augment. Very powerful, but a bit one-dimensional. Coming right behind Excalibur at 45, I have placed Harrow. He is not one-dimensional. He is capable of doing a lot of things. I think every one of his skills is good. You can CC enemies and give yourself shields with your 1 to line up headshots. You get healing from dealing damage and a fire rate buff from the 2. His 3 is just infinite energy for you and your squad as long as they are within range. And then your 4 is an incredible amount of iframes and a huge crit buff that is prolonged with the augment. He's inherently a support warframe, but he fails at being a support because other warframes are better applying their buff.
My brain right now is splitting. I might need drugs. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. Let me dull my brain so that I can only be amazed by the flashing lights that I'm seeing. I just want to see the flashing red, yellow, green lights. Maybe if you see enough of the flashing lights, a portal will open and you'll be transported into a different dimension where you are now speaking with Haro Prime and he is telling you all about the gods. Oh my god.
buffs to their team. Harrow needs to take damage to charges 4. Harrow needs to kill and shoot enemies to give his teammates energy and also heal himself with his 2. It just means that if you're playing with a very efficient squad of Warframes, they might be causing you problems in terms of you applying your buffs, which on the contrary makes him a really good solo Warframe. He's a bit of a one-man army. And also around this ranking, I'm talking Caliban, Zaku, Excalibur, Harrow, and the next like 5 Warframes. This was the toughest selection of deciding who was going to be above who. It's very hard finding reasons as to which I should have Harrow or Excalibur or Caliban above one another. Anyway, moving on to
I swear to fucking God, bro. If he disrespects Stalker's wife, Stalker himself, Hun Hao, and his kids, the first ever born Warframes. Warframes that were birthed, not constructed in a lab, not constructed by experimentation, and not constructed by a fucking 3D printer, a super 3D printer. Children that were made into Warframes as his mother and father, as their mother and father were being subjected to these tests. First ever Warframes to be built. On top of that, their mother being an incredibly powerful Warframe. Stalker being, oh my god, being who he is. Basically a culmination of powers from Nyx. Who else? You got Nyx, you got a little bit of Excalibur, you got a little bit of what else? You know what I mean. Ash, Excalibur, and Nyx. Yes. Children that are basically like Warframe gods. Literally, one of them can summon a black hole, but watered down in game kind of, but still is fucking strong as hell. Lore wise, would be able to destroy any. They can destroy. Nothing could stop them, bro. Nothing could stop them. Unstoppable killing machines. We're talking beings that can destroy galaxies with no effort. Solar systems with no effort. Can make your team immortal, including yourself. Yes. And AoE, yes. Bro. Oh my god.
number 44, I have placed Grendel. He got a lot better with Arcane Persistence, of course. This is an incredible health tank. He scales really well now in terms of his survivability. He has insane mobility, armor stripping, solid scaling, elemental damage in the form of toxin, viral. He's the guy that has nourish, so he's got good energy sustain. You can go on an absolute rampage inside of his 3, be very much unkillable. His 4 is good, but it's way better with its Gastro augment. I think Gastro is doing a lot of heavy lifting for his kit because it makes his 4 like 10 times better in terms of its damage, and he really needs that. But Grendel's very good. He's just a Gastro merchant. At 43, we have Kome. Kome, very good for like 10.
Bro, you do not know shit of what you're talking about. You don't know Grendel. You don't know any of these frames. You don't know Kume. Kume is insane.
Times better in terms of its damage, and he really needs that. But Grendel's very good. He's just a Gastro merchant. At 43, we have Kome. Kome's caveat is that they're a bit slow to scale. You need to build up the decrees for most setups in order to be your strongest. She is the best scaling Warframe in the game, but if you want to be faster at your scaling and better for missions that aren't prolonged, you're going to be relying on augments. Kumihimo loading and Omakuchi's fortune are extremely important for a lot of builds. I think loading really helps with this Warframe's early game DPS. One of the most powerful frames in the game without a doubt in terms of what she can do. It's just her scaling speed is not going to be for everyone. For most base level short steel path missions, he's probably just going to be running around priming enemies. At 42, I have Lavos. His kit at base is a bit slow. It did just get buffed via the use of arcane.
Oh my god. Oh no.
Lavos. His kit at base is a bit slow. It did just get buffed via the use of Arcane Sculptor because that arcane and its efficiency has really good synergy with Swift Bite. But speaking of Swift Bite, his augments are also doing some heavy lifting in terms of his cooldowns, that and lingering transmutation. And then the biggest and most important reason to use him is his Valence Formation Augment, which allows you to imbue any of your elements onto your guns. This makes him one of the best and most versatile gun buffers in the game, only really rivaled by the likes of Saito 9. But his slow playstyle and reliance on multiple augments at once does pull him away from like the top 20 and such. Versatile, a little bit fiddly, a lot of tapping and holding skills, and his survivability is nothing to write home about. At 41, I've got a very underrated frame and I stand on this. I think Ureli is very solid. In terms of buffing secondary weapons, I think Ureli is top 2 or top 3 in the game. Huge crit chance buff for your secondaries off the passive. The first ability is up there, one of the best debuff skills in the game. Not only has great crowd control, but just turns enemies into fucking paper mache. It's so good. Second skill, great mobility.
My brain is being turned into paper mache. I know you feel it too, like Matt. Our brains are being turned into paper mache.
Reliance on multiple augments at once does pull him away from like the top 20 and such. Versatile, a little bit fiddly, a lot of tapping and hold. Got a very underrated frame and stability is
Don't know shit
nothing
about
to.
Lavos.
I think Ureli is very solid. In terms of buffing secondary weapons, I think Ureli is top 2 or top 3 in the game. Huge crit chance buff for your secondaries off the passive. The first ability is up there, one of the best debuff skills in the game. Not only has great crowd control, but just turns enemies into fucking paper mache. It's so good. Second skill, great mobility, just difficult to control in enclosed spaces, but in open worlds as S tier. Also has really good iframes and general survivability with its damage reduction. Can be toggled off with an augment. Third ability has solid damage. Its best use, unfortunately, is its augment. And the fourth skill is like a pseudo version of Zephyr's fourth skill, grouping enemies and allowing you to disperse your damage in between those whirlpools.
Okay, that was kind of accurate. It's similar to Zephyr's ability, but that's just about it.
Skill, grouping is its toggled off with an augment. Third ability has solid damage. Its best used, unfortunately.
Wait, where did he say that?
Ability just difficult to control in enclosed spaces, but in open worlds as S tier. Also has really good iframes and general survivability with its damage reduction. Can be toggled off with an.
Wait, is bro trying to... Is bro a Dark Souls player and is trying to implement Dark Souls into Warframe? That's like trying to play... That's like That's like trying to compare Warframe to Destiny. And trying to say in that comparison that trying to say in that comparison you can compare the mechanics of Destiny to Warframe. Which I'm gonna give you a hint. There is no comparison because they're not the same thing. The only similarity is that it takes place in space. The only similarity you can compare Dark Souls to this is the fact that you're fighting enemies. That's the only comparison. You're fighting enemies. The major difference is how you're fighting enemies, where you're fighting enemies. The only similarity with Warframe and Destiny is you're fighting enemies on planets and in space. In space on planets. That's it. There is no other comparison. There's major differences. Oh my, my brain, my brain, my brain, my
An augment. Third ability has solid damage. Its best use, unfortunately, is its augment, and the fourth skill is like a pseudo version of Zephyr's fourth skill, grouping enemies and allowing you to disperse your damage in between those whirlpools. There's two things that hold your Ellie back. One is her initial reputation and the fact that she was terrible for a long period of time before she got buffed, and people just simply don't know how good she is now, and the fact that people don't like the K drive, which I think there's worse examples of frames needing augments in order to fit a certain playstyle, and you can just use the augment to
I'm gonna be real with you, it's not a K drive, it's a living being. It's not a fucking machine. It's an animal that that originates in the planet that she is based in, which is Venus, right? It's supposed to be an animal. She rides it like a K drive. She rides it like a K drive, but it's a living organism.
turn it off. At number 40, I have Styanax. This one also in my head seems controversial to have him at 40 because I think Styanax is quite popular. Both this and the next Warframe we talk about, I think, are a bit overrated. Styanax has a very weird passive.
They made K drives because of her, by the way.
Getting a crit chance buff off of shield value loses its value because this Warframe's best quality is not in its shield survivability, it's actually in his 4. His first skill's okay, it's better with the grouping from the augment. His 2, Thara Strike, great armor strip, no complaints there. His third skill, energy regen and shields for your team, really solid. But if you're going to build for a lot of strength on this Warframe, which you will be doing a lot of the time, it's not going to carry the negative efficiency that you'd get from something like Flying Rage, which his 4th skill really wants. So you still need more energy supply on top of the 3rd skill in order to make a good build. And that brings us to the 4, specifically with its Augment Intrepid stand. This Augment carries Styanax and makes him 10 times better. Without it, he's just not that impressive. Even then, he wants a shit ton of strength. I'm talking maximum. And he's going to want some sustain in the build and Intrepid stand. Only then is he going to be really solid in terms of his damage with his 4. I do think it's outpaced by some other frames. Fortunately, he has a very high overguard.
I'm questioning what his definition of solid is.
cap on the augment, but I think he's limited. With all that being said, when you build him that way, he is very good. At 39, we have Revenant. I think this Warframe is still overrated as hell. I cannot justify putting him anywhere near the top.
What? What the fuck are you talking about, bro? What the fuck are you talking about, bro? What the fuck is this dude talking about? Oh, no shit, dog! You don't know shit!
This Warframe's best feature is that he has easy instant access to immortality for him and his teammates, specifically with the augment for his 2, but even without it, it makes him immortal. Mesmer Skin is nuts. I get it. He puts the game on easy mode. But his 1, kind of like Nyx, makes enemies fight for you, has good synergy, making it easier for your 3rd skill to one-shot them, and I get it. His 3rd skill has infinite scaling damage. It can one-shot anything, especially if they are procced by a 1. That's very cool. His passive, irrelevant, useless. His 4th ability is good. It's better at high levels the more damage you are taking in. I think the 1 and the 3 combo is valid, but it's slow and clunky. And I also think the 4 gets outpaced by a lot of other skills in the game. It's not that great. And his 2 is just...
Want to rehear that? I go too far.
Immortal, Mesmer Skin and his best feature, and not just Revenant. When you build him that way, he is very good. At 39, we have Revenant. I think this Warframe is still overrated as hell. I cannot justify putting him anywhere near the top 20. This Warframe's best feature is that he has easy instant access to immortality for him and his teammates, specifically with the augment for his 2, but even without it, it makes him immortal.
Mm-hmm. He's only said solid the entire time. Yeah, and I question what solid means because he doesn't know shit. Solid means nothing. Everything I've seen so far means nothing. He just doesn't know how. Baby Tenno just does not know how to build, does not know anything about the Warframe abilities, what their traits are, how good you can, how you can make them do level cap, how he's calling Warframes that are good at offense and support, and is saying that only good at support frames when he doesn't know that the abilities work, have 2 purposes, and work at the same time doing those things. I think solid to him means okay or below average. Which none of them are.
Mesmer Skin is nuts. I get it. He puts the game on easy mode. But his 1, kind of like Nyx, makes enemies fight for you, has good synergy, making it easier for your 3rd skill to one-shot them, and I get it. His 3rd skill has infinite scaling damage. It can one-shot anything, especially if they are procced by a 1.
Makes sense.
That's very cool. His passive, irrelevant, useless. His 4th ability is good. It's better at high levels the more damage you are taking in. I think the 1 and the 3 combo is valid, but it's slow and clunky. And I also think the 4 gets outpaced by a lot of other skills in the game. It's not that great. and his 2 is just
Don't know what
immortality.
you're doing.
So he's rather strong at very demanding parts of the game, like infinite scaling damage and infinite scaling survivability. But a lot of the game isn't going to demand that, and there's other frames that outpace him in those areas. At 38, we have Varuna, one of the best melee frames in the game. Huge AoE damage and priming, nuking from her 2 and its augment. Her 1 also gives you buffs and you get invis, which synergizes with your 4 because you can keep that invis and do even more AoEs. Also gives you damage. At 38, we have
I need to
a lot of the
rehear
game
that
isn't going to
because
demand
my mind just went blank after he said all that bullshit.
infinite scaling damage and infinite areas. At 38, we have Varuna, one of the best melee frames in the game. Huge AoE damage and priming, nuking from her 2 and its augment. Her 1 also gives you buffs and you get invis, which synergizes with your 4 because you can keep that invis and do even more AoEs with the 4 and its augment. Great health and energy sustain from her 3. I just think her 4 is a bit weak, and without its augment, Jesus, I sound like a broken record always talking about these things. It's not great. Bruna is just a very strong AoE damage warframe that's also very good for melee. At 37,
No, he doesn't. I was when I first got Varuna, I was immediately impressed, and I wanted to see more of what it can do, but I knew I didn't have the mods for it. That's the mindset you should have. This Warframe's awesome. I wonder what the potential is. I would like to know how to build said Warframe to their max abilities. What video would show me how to build it? Let me do some research. Let me ask around. Let me see what mods are in there versus what I have. And in fact, I want to get Varuna Prime so that I can do some level camping. I don't want to do it with my regular Varuna. I don't want to waste time on that. I just use the regular one for MR, but the Varuna Prime is what I use. This is how I do it. I take the regulars, I build them up, and I rank them up so that I can have the MR. But when it comes to actually getting the Prime versions, that's where I focus all that stuff because they're the better versions of the frame. So then I do level camping, I work on those. That's what I want to do eventually. I don't have all the mods necessary for that. And for the weapons, I don't have all the Riven mods for every weapon that I have that I could use for level camping. So I know there's things I need to work on. I don't just do this shit. I don't do this shit. I don't do this shit. I don't do this shit. This is all bullshit. This is all bullshit. My Varuna can go in like a Beyblade with any melee and delete anything in the game. Want to see my Varuna? I don't got the Archon shards on though, so it ain't at my best DPS. Yes. Oh my gosh. Bro does not know what he's talking about anything. Bro, what are you doing? What is this man doing? Bro is talking shit about Ruinous Fourth. Oh my god. Oh, by the way, I wanted to remind you, did you, there's a thing on the alerts for a mission for Archon Shards. And, I mean, when you go back to your ship, and, once you do the mission, you get three Archon Shards that are, you get the 3 Tau Forged, Archon Shards, red, blue, and yellow. That is if you didn't do it yet. Fuck. Look at all these enemies. Oh, 45. Oh, I almost forgot. So the thing I gotta do with my Excalibur, I need to get Nautilus Prime built. And then once I do that, then I put in the mods necessary for my Excalibur. And I think maybe a mod or 2 for Nautilus Prime, if I'm not mistaken. I think there's like 1 or 2 mods I need to get for Nautilus Prime. But once I do all that, then I can do like crazy against any enemy. Crazy shit against any enemy. Yeah. He's gonna talk shit about Noko now, isn't he? He's gonna say some dumb shit about Noko. He's gonna say some dumb shit about... Oh my god. Oh, yo, did you hear about the new Warframe that's gonna be dropping? The new Detective Warframe. That is also part sentient. I don't know what his abilities are, but they showed him. Ooh. Yeah, there was speculation. Wait. Yeah, the mask. Yeah, I saw that. He takes the mask off, drops it on the floor. I saw that shit. But I'm questioning how would that be? Because didn't I thought that was could it be I don't know if that's possible. Oh yeah, you talk shit about Grendel too. Doesn't know anything about Grendel. I soloed survival missions with Grendel with ease. Yes. Bruh. Ah, this dude's still floating. Oh my goodness, bro. Yep. What the? What the fuck? What the hell? Did you see that? Hold up now. Hold up now. Oops. This dude just dropped. Wait, there's some guys stuck up there. Getting fucked up. Oh, this thing is so fucking cool. Haven't tried Vobin since rework. I'm gonna try him right now. Let's see if Vobin is still good. Yep. That was hilarious. Bruh. Rexia spider scale off enemies level 4. Yes, I did know that. I don't know what bro was fucking talking about. Only thing I heard him say that was right so far was simply the fourth ability for Ureli and Zephyr are similar. They're similar in a way. That was it. Okay. Bro.
7, I'm putting Ash. Top tier, stealth, melee-based Warframe. Incredibly exalted skill. Can one-shot most enemies in the game with his slash procs. He is awesome. His only issue, I'll keep this brief, is that his 4 is a little bit slow because you just have to scan the area, swing your mouse or your stick around to proc enemies with the 4 and then let them go. And it's a little bit slower than some other skills in the game. Outside of that, he poses very little issues. Dare I say, the more I play him recently, he's not as slow as I remember, so maybe I'm ranking him a little bit low. But to that point, his first ability isn't useful outside of its augment. Everything else is very good. Just a really solid DPS Warframe.
This is the perfect pair for your iPhone, and it replaces 3 different chargers. So when I travel...
This guy's doing good.
DPS Warframe. I think Garuda mirrors Ash in a lot of ways, and I'm not just saying that because of the recent update. I think Garuda is really, really solid. Excellent passive, just more damage. Huge AoE damage with the first skill, and it's your form of survivability that's very similar to Volt's shield. Has an augment that allows you to get infinite scaling survivability because you can become immortal as long as you kill enemies with your 1. The orb of damage you can charge up scales incredibly well, especially combined with the 4 with all the slash procs and a large AoE. You have infinite energy sustain with the 3 combined with the 2. Those loop off of each other, and removing a melee weapon for a free pseudo exalted. It's just a melee, let's be honest. Her claws are incredibly strong. This Warframe screams damage. I just think her survivability is a little bit unreliable for certain pieces of content. I think Garuda and Ash are very similar in terms of the amount of damage they can pump out. Very similar speeds. Coming in at 35, we have the recently reworked Nidus. And my god, has he had an incredible glow up. He is way faster and more efficient than he used to be now. He can ramp up his damage incredibly fast. He has access to much higher numbers than he had previously as well in terms of the damage.
Yeah, they fixed him. They did fix him.
You can pump out multiple different builds you can rock are going to render you completely invulnerable, impossible to kill, grouping AoE damage when you're combining the 1 with the 2 with the 4. Nidus at his forefront is a tank, and now he has the damage to match it, but he still has a little bit of ramp up time. At 34, I am placing Foley. She has incredible scaling damage, an entire wheel of different devices that you can one-shot your enemies with at any given level, damage reduction for your whole team with your 3. The 4th ability is honestly redundant, even though it's very strong. Her 1 is kind of just there, though. I said this before and I'll say it again. I think Foley suffers from success. Your 2 is clunky because it's a large gear wheel you have to cycle between. And just because all of them can perform quite well, there's no real reason to pick out multiple of the damage options because you can just use the arc trap. Sticking to one of the gear options is going to kill most things in the game. At 33, I am placing Nezha.
I spammed that explosive thing. Yeah, I spammed that explosive summon thing, and it just nukes everything. Any enemy I come across at any level dies because I believe that explosive scales up. If I'm not wrong, you can correct me on it. But so far, whenever I drop that thing, every enemy, no matter what level they are, Steel Path or not, they all die. You just gotta spam it. Ability strength brings it up. I would say brings up the damage output. Slap on some shards, etc. Her primary is good. Her primary weapon is really good. I like the 4. I've heard people talk shit about the 4th ability and say that it's bad. But I'm like, I don't think you really understand folly. However, because when you drop the enemies, like, hold on, I don't want to talk out of my ass like how this guy is. So I'm going to pull up folly real quick. Abilities. So you're tying the enemies, not the it doesn't obviously doesn't work against dude, this dude melted my brain. I can't even remember the type of enemies. What are they called? the fucking shielded fuckers that abilities don't work with. You know what I'm talking about. It doesn't work on them, but it works on every other enemy out there, right? Ties them up, and they get covered with ink blot. You pop the balloons, it drops them, it splashes the splashing damage on nearby enemies. You can increase the range of her abilities. It's corrosive damage it deals. And then self-portrait. It slows down enemies and the enemies get exposed to corrosive damage. Shadow graph, you can draw anything you need, and it does crazy damage. Uh, the freaking rocket launcher deals like millions of damage. You can increase that damage by increasing ability damage, whatever. So slap on sharps for that shit if you want to do that. But like, I'm not gonna lie, it is a bit annoying to farm her, but it's not the worst. Nothing compared to base Sevagoth. I would say it's half as bad as trying to get, no, quarter of the way bad as getting Sevagoth. So it's not bad in terms of grinding. You just kill enemies, you collect stuff, and throughout the time that you're collecting those things, you have a chance of getting a part dropped for either the weapon or her, and you just grind it out. But you're gonna be playing for a few hours if you're gonna be grinding for that. Super slow enemies grab paintings and out. And as you're fighting her, she is annoying to fight. I'm not gonna lie. She's gonna challenge you a bit. There's gonna be like random spots where she has the ink blot or self portrait just dropped randomly throughout. You gotta run through that shit. You gotta avoid it. Sometimes you can't really avoid it. You just gotta shoot the. No, you just gotta run through it or jump over. You gotta be quick though, because that shit it scales up. The longer you stay, it scales up. And if you're playing Steel Path, it's even worse. So yeah, the self-portrait ability that she uses when you're fighting her is really fucking annoying. Then you got all these other the ink infested enemies chasing after you. It's oh man. Then she like randomly pops out and like just spreads out the ink and stuff, and oh my god. Oh my god.
Pretty good overall, good damage reduction for him and his team.
What's
If
he
I'm
saying about
placing
Neja?
Neja to one of the gear options is going to kill most things in the game. At 33, I am placing Neja. Neja's pretty good overall, good damage reduction for him and his team if you're using Safeguard. This also has really good interactions with Overguard as well. Great passive and 1 for mobility, debuffing on his 2. And his 4 has great crowd control, but the biggest thing about Neja that makes him so good is the use of Divine Retribution for his 4. He's one of the best AoE nuke frames in the game if you're combining him with certain helmets like Pyrotechnics and Dark Burst, or just priming with weapons. But without Divine Retribution, he's just good. At 32, I have Oberon. I think Oberon's better than...
I'm gonna stop you there, bro. I'm gonna show you Folly real quick. So this is what I got for mods for Folly. Right? And now I'm going to show you the mods for her weapon. This is all I got right now. Respawn the enemies. I'm going to show you what you can do. Alright. Well, let me go to the energy real quick. Now you see in this wheel here, you can spawn any of these things, right? So you got this little device here. You got this thing here. This explosive barrel randomly switches between damage types: explosive, frost, heat, acid, corrosive, I think toxin, maybe, or just corrosive. Either of those four, I should say. You got this death orb, which scales up based on damage, I guess. I don't know. I didn't really get to do much damage, adding damage to her yet. I didn't really do much on that part, but I'm assuming it scales up as well as this. Life support capsule really comes in handy when you're doing survival, and let's say you're not well into the game, but you got Folly, and you ran out of capsules. You drop that shit. You can activate that shit at any time. I accidentally did that. Oh, fucker. And now it's giving me 16-second cooldown. But I'm going to show you right here. Drop this shit here. It will grow in size, and using self-portrait, the statue grows in size. It absorbs incoming damage and such. You drop this shit, it would float up, and then you can like teleport anywhere you want in the map by using this ability. As long as your reticle can reach it, that's where you teleport. Next, I'm going to show you this nuking part. Now this here, this lock search, it's random at what it can give you. But I'm going to show you the explosive. Insta-killed it, the enemies. I just spammed this. Just doing that alone, and you could do anything in Steel Path. You just be relying on that one ability though, but you can do any mission. You got a power cell. If you need it in a mission, you got it there. But once you drop it, you gotta wait. You gotta wait to be able to spawn it again. But this is gonna help you out in doing those mining missions. Then you got Then you got this defense capsule. You drop that shit there. This will direct all enemy fire towards this capsule. So let's say you got this down, and then you got this statue down. Enemies will be more focused on this, right? Or in this particular area. They'll be taking corrosive damage from this thing here, but they'll be directing their fire as well to the target I placed down before and this target, which would only increase her size and I guess the amount of damage she deals, but it would slow enemies down. I don't know if it increases damage the more she takes fire though. Then you drop one of these conduit keys when you're doing one of that mission. You can do one of those conduit missions. It randomly switches around between each drop, and then you gotta wait, like, it will stay there for, like, if you look at a bottom right corner, it shows the timer how long it will stay there. Now, if you go here, and you're doing, let's say you're doing a mission on the Tenno ship. I forgot the name of it. You drop that fucker there, and he will show, and that lost spirit would show you whatever whatever thing is like in the area that's nearby you. It will bring you to the nearest plume that is hidden. Automatically, you won't have to search around for it. You drop this shit. This is a launch pad. Just a regular launch pad. The Zeramin, yeah. Yeah, Zeramin, yes, that's right. Then this here, you open this thing up, and it drops random ammunition. Fuck, I'm pressing the wrong button again. You do this one, and this ensnares enemies that walk within range. You drop this Amper for the those alchemy missions on Deimos. You got this death orb you spawn in. You drop this. This is the rocket launcher I told you about. Supposedly it does up to 3 million damage, but my arcane needs to scale up. I need to kill enough enemies for it to like deal that kind of damage. So molt augmentation, something like that. That arcane. And then this here, lock surge, either gives you, let's see, you activate it, grants energy orb, one energy orb grants energy, whatever the fuck they say. It does that, and then there's like another thing it does. Like, what is it? Affinity? Like 200% affinity boost or something like that. For the time that's activated, I think. Yeah, for like 6-7 minutes, around that. And I think it's for every enemy kill. Now, that there. Interesting. Maybe just drop these real quick. Instant nuke. Let's see what this fucker is going to be talking about.
Than Revenant. He can achieve efficient immortality for his team, much like Rev, except he does it just via his passive and using
I
his
guarantee you
skills
I don't have
together.
Folly at her
Built-in
best.
Mesmer
I
skin
don't
for
have
your
the best
squad is
mods.
nuts. This also has him competing with the likes of Dante, Overguard Decimation, and scaling damage from his first skill, stats immunity, and crowd control and radiation proccing from his 2. His 3 is also really good for team support as well. His 4 is much better at dealing damage nowadays and combines nicely with his other skills, can increase the amount of armor you have from your 3, strips armor very efficiently now as well, does more damage if you're priming enemies with your 2. This is a high AoE DPS support tank. I'd say his biggest downside is that his first skill, Smite, is arguably the best option he has for DPS in his kit, but it also wants a bit of investment, such as viral priming debuffs or Archon shards to make it really stand out. And you gotta spam cast it. At 31, I am placing Mag. Kinda similar to Oberon in a way. You can give your teammates large amounts of overshields with her 4. That's her support aspect. You can strip armor with the augment for the 4 as well. And just her armor with her 3 that's also going to grant her more shields. Polarize is going to add shards that increase the damage of your 2. Magnetize. Magnetize is ridiculous. Synergizes with a lot of different weapons. And the 1 is a great grouping skill. Her biggest downside is that if you want to make the most of Mag, you do want to use specific weapons to synergize with her too, but she's going to be strong regardless. Magnetize is ridiculous. It's one of the best skills in the entire game, and that carries her alone to 31 on this list, but her other skills are also good. At 30, maybe a lot of you guys are going to disagree. I think Atlas is insanely good. He has 2 bad skills, I understand. The 2 and the 4 are rough. The 2 especially, dogshit skill. The 4th ability only pulls aggro, nothing else useful to be honest. His passive and his 1 and his 3 make him one of the most efficient DPS frames in the game. If I was just doing a DPS tier list, I'd probably have this frame top 10. He can instantly...
Why do I feel like he's trying to do a DPS tier list? Like, what if that's the soul of this video? Watch other bullshit. What's... I'm not interested. I'm not interested. Just no. Okay? God. Back to the video.
Nuke rooms just by mashing his 1 and occasionally freezing enemies with his 3, all at the same time. With and without augments, his survivability is going to be good
It's a
because of the
digital
high
artist.
frames from landslide. But he's
Slash
got
bot.
augments to increase his damage further and sustain his rubble mechanic. He is super powerful, and him being easy to play adds to his rank. That being said, I could not justify putting him over someone like Nyx, who comes in at the 29 spot. I think Nyx, ever since her rework, is still incredibly slept on. Huge crit chance buff from her passive. Even though it's not a summon skill, Mind Control behaves very similar and pumps out a ridiculous amount of buff damage, especially if you're using the skill on a heavy unit or using, you guessed it, the augment. Psychic Bolt strips enemies' defenses and gives them to you. You can get armor, you can get shields, and you can get overguard. You can make this work as a survival tool, even without...
Bro, it's the same script every time. It's always quick, hello, how are you? And then, at so-and-so. It's the way how they talk. It's the way the response is. It's like, yo, no. Sometimes they try to pull the follow. I did something for you. Now you got to do something for me. Try to, like, you know, hey, I'm willing to help you out if you're willing to help me out type thing. It's like, no. No. It happens too often, bro. It happens way too often. I can't tell you the amount of times it's happened in the 6 years I've been streaming. It's happened way too many times. It gets it drains you. It drains you. I'd say this is like one of the best things of having like a moderator that can see the message before it pops up, and then they're like, nope.
Late for your 4. A third skill procs a bunch of radiation, makes it very easy to survive, and also instantly caps out your passive crit chance bonus. And then the 4th ability is a great nuking skill, but if you want to use Assimilate, she becomes top 3 best tanks in the entire game. Nyx has a lot of what the game really wants. At 28, I have Rhino.
I didn't hear what the fuck you said.
And you can next. Using this very sense buff from her passive. Ever since her over and him being easy and to stay in at the 29 spot. I think Nyx, ever since her rework, is still incredibly slept on. Huge crit chance buff from her passive. Even though it's not a summon skill, Mind Control behaves very similar and pumps out a ridiculous amount of buff damage, especially if you're using the skill on a heavy unit or using, you guessed it, the augment. Psychic Bolt strips enemies' defenses and gives them to you. You can get armor, you can get shields, and you can get overguard. You can make this work as a survival tool, even without Assimilate for your 4. A third skill procs a bunch of radiation, makes it very easy to survive, and also instantly caps out your passive crit chance bonus. And then the 4th ability is a great nuking skill, but if you want to use Assimilate, she becomes top 3 best tanks in the entire game. Nyx has a lot of what the game really wants. At 28, I have Rhino. He's capable of achieving probably the highest values of overguard gain, courtesy of Iron Skin, and combining it with huge armor values from stuff like health conversion or his augment Ironclad charge, or even helmet abilities to boost his armor, thus boosting his overguard gain to unholy values. On top of that, his 4 can just instantly lock down a room. But what's really tying Rhino together is that he has the strongest version of Raw, and Raw is a sensational damage buff for you and your team. Yes, I do think his Rhino charge and his stomp are kind of mid on their own, but his 2 and his 3, much like an Atlas situation, are so strong. By proxy,
Doesn't know anything about Nyx. Doesn't know anything about any Warframe. Not even Rhino.
He ends up higher on the list. At 27, I have placed Uriel. His passive alone acts like an entire kit. He has 3...
Don't know shit about Rhino, dog! Rhino is so fucking good. Nyx is so fucking good. So fucking good. Doesn't know shit what he's talking about. Oh my god.
3 passive demons that roll around with different effects. 1 boosts health and energy orbs to help with your sustain. 1 will chain enemies together, like Haalvu's Collective Curse, to spread damage. And the last one will drop runes that you can pick up that increase your fire rate for your magazine and imbue them with fire damage. He has crazy mobility and flight with his first skill with AoE fire damage, overshield healing, and general shield regen and sustain for him and his demons inside of his 2. His 3, a large debuff, and is 4, a chargeable room-wide nuke that scales very well. Top tier DPS Warframe, does a lot of things at once passively. It's hard to find things to complain about with Uriel, and that could be said for a lot of the frames we'll carry on talking about now. Thus should be no surprise that Valkyria is coming in at 26, one of, if not the best melee Warframe in the game. Incredible exalted weapon, huge passive melee damage buff that allows you to get immortality if you're staying active with your melees and constantly charging it up. She is unkillable, also has insane base armor values, attack speed buff, and debuffing from Warcry. Applies to your teammates as well. Her first skill Ripline has ridiculous grouping built in, and mobility on top of that. This is a underrated speedrunner. Huge debuff on the 3 to make them take more damage than melee, and then Valkyria's claws need no introduction. And when comparing Valkyria to the number 25 Warframe as to which I have added Araxia at this spot, I think the similarities between the two will make a lot of sense as to why they are back to back. Araxia shares the mobility, much like Ripline. She can whip herself between walls with her 4. You get invis from the passive, health and energy sustain from the 1, AoE debuffing from the 2, one of the best and most powerful summoning skills in the game from the 3 to summon those spiders, and Araxia's 4th ability turns her into arguably an even better Inaros, enabling that whipping mobility, huge amounts of health, and buffing your guns with toxin and toxin explosions when you kill enemies with said weapons. DPS, mobility, debuffing, huge HP values for tanking, and if you can't go that far with your tanking, just use the invis from the passive, which is easily accessed by that whipping. Araxia is bonkers. 24th spot is also bonkers. I'm adding Zephyr, one of the most underrated frames in the game. I wouldn't put it past huge HP values for tanking, and if you can't go that far with your tanking, just use the invis from the passive, which is easily accessed tanking with said weapons. DPS, and buffing your guns with toxin and toxin whipping mobility, huge amounts of skills in the game from the 3 to summon those spiders, and Araxia's 4th ability, motive, health and energy sustain from the 1, AoE debuffing from the 2, one of the best and most powerful summoning skills in the game from the 3 to summon those spiders, and Araxia's 4th ability turns her into arguably an even better Inaros, enabling that whipping mobility, huge amounts of health, and buffing your guns with toxin and toxin explosions when you kill enemies with said weapons. DPS, mobility, debuffing, huge HP values for tanking, and if you can't go that far with your tanking, just use the invis from the passive, which is easily accessed by that whipping.
The spiders scale up with enemies.
Araxia is bonkers.
They put 100,000 people on one arc and gave me...
Oh, I hate these ads. I hate AI voice ads, especially, bro. I hate them with a passion.
Bonkers. I'm adding Zephyr, one of the most underrated frames in the game. I wouldn't put it
I hate AI content
past anyone for saying that Zephyr's a top 10 Warframe. Much like Nyx and Ureli, huge crit chance buff from your passive for your weapons, top tier mobility from your first skill, and an augment which upon nosediving has infinite scaling damage. It's repetitive, but it is one of the best scaling nukes in the entire game, completely slept on. Grouping from airburst, 3rd skill, all your survivability goes from turbulence, makes enemy projectiles useless, but you're still vulnerable to melees. Jetstream also increases your movement speed if you want to use that.
Don't need to worry about that if you're in the air.
And then, of course, your 4th ability, Tornadoes, with its augment funnel clouds, with or without, allows you to spread a bunch of damage between those tornadoes. Plenty of weapons synergize well with this for
and there's also ways around it too. You don't need to worry about melees at all.
instant nuking, even slam attack weapons. These tornadoes function very similar to that of Mag's magnetized bubble. Need I say more? At 23, I am placing Volt. Now, he's pretty interchangeable with the next 5 or so Warframes. That's how close this is getting. Volt is immaculate. In some ways, could be considered the best starter Warframe. His passive, very underrated. Just get more damage from
Excalibur and Mag fit the script. All of them are good, just in different ways. Mag is insane. Excalibur is insane. And Volt is insane. What is he talking about? All 3 are good.
Moving around. But then we look at his first skill. Let's be honest, Shock isn't good without Shock Trooper. But that's immediately alleviated by the fact that his 2nd skill, Speed, I want to say top 10 best skills in the game. Instantly increasing your movement speed for you and your allies who are within range for a duration, but it also increases your reload speed and your melee speed. You can turn any melee weapon into an absolute blender with this. Also has an augment, shocking speed, that has incredible synergy with a certain helmet setup in which you can imbue Inaros' Sandcat with shocking speed and Shock Trooper to give them constant AoE electric damage. Then he has Electric Shield, front-facing immortality, also buffs your damage when you shoot through it in the form of a crit damage buff and electric damage buff. The electric damage buff can be stacked through multiple shields. Then he has crowd control in its fourth ability Discharge with an augment capacitance, giving you and your teammates overshield. Very versatile melee, DPS, and gunplay Warframe. At 22, maybe a bit controversial, I think Vauban is fantastic at the minute. I feel like his rework has been completely overlooked. The biggest criticism I have about him is that his Teslas aren't that useful without Tesla Bank. With that being said, Tesla Bank is excellent. His second skill grants mobility and a damage buff in the overdrive grenade, as well as crowd control grouping from the tethers that are now combined with the flechette orbs that have infinite scaling damage and can be boosted in multiple ways. These rip. His third skill sends down an orbital strike. Already instant scaling nuke damage. Not only is this made better by the fact that it's more efficient with its energy when you add photon repeater, but the damage gets even more excessive when you combine it with the armor stripping of his fourth ability, which doubles as both Bastille and Vortex, so you can either hold enemies up in the air and strip their armor over time, or close it down and group them into a ball. I cannot drive this home enough. Building for photon repeater and combining it with something like Raw, or just going the flechette orb route, Vauban is utterly goated. At 21, I have placed Baruch. Baruch honestly is like Excalibur if he had good survivability. That's the best way to describe him. He's very similar to Valkyrie in that sense. But his exalted weapon, his fists, I think they're more efficient than Valkyrie's claws because they send out AoE waves like Excalibur. Elude, slept on first skill, makes him borderline unkillable, charges down your meter very quickly, has a crit damage and attack speed buffing augment, lull, put enemies to sleep, decay the meter, CC enemies easily. His third skill also decays the meter, gives you more damage reduction to stack with your fourth and final skill, which is your exalted fists. These also give you damage reduction when they're active, and they have a separate meter that doesn't require energy. The biggest thing holding Baruch back is that he's based on his decaying meter, which can be a little bit of a nuisance if you're not used to how his kit works. At 20, I am placing Citrine. Citrine is one of the best support Warframes in the game who doubles as a DPS. Straight up health regen passive for you and your teams, infinite orb spawning from your first skill, damage reduction for your squad on your second, elemental priming from your third that becomes a perfect synergy with the likes of the Mecha mod set whenever you're using Prismatic Companion, and then your fourth skill, adding critical weak points to enemies, allowing for huge damage buffing and funny red numbers. I think Citrine does everything extremely well, but nothing exceptionally well. At 19, I am placing Jade, who's in a similar position where she's meant to be a support.
What is he talking?
But her kit gets kind of taken over by the fact that she has an exalt.
Oh my god.
Everything extremely well, but nothing exceptionally well. At 19, I am placing Jade, who's in a similar position where she's meant to be a support, but her kit gets kind of taken over by the fact
you don't know
she has
shit
an
what you're
exalted
talking
weapon.
about.
She can strip
don't know
armor
shit what you're
off her
talking about.
teammates' power strength, damage, shield regen, heal allies in AoE. Then her exalted weapon, Glory, has huge AoE nuking potential, and when you combine it with fast fire rate, even its primary fire is capable of outdoing most of your non-exalted weapons you're going to be using. It's just that good. She's like if Citrine dropped off a bit of support in favor of AoE nukes. At 18, I am placing Nova. A big part of why she's here is she has the exclusive ability to slow down or speed up enemies. Other Warframes can slow down their opponents, but being able to speed people up by either tapping or holding your 4, depending on what your setting is set to. But Molecular Prime being able to determine the speed in which enemies get to you, Nova is the best Warframe for speeding up missions. And the explosions that enemies get from Molecular Prime have a bunch of synergies as well. Huge team-wide mobility with her portals, large AoE nukes with your 2 as well, and Null Star with or without its augment, doing large amounts of blast or heat damage, doubling as a damage reduction tool at the same time, and is one of the best subsumes in the game. Nova absolutely wrecks. At 17, I am putting Wukong, one of the laziest, most efficient Warframes in the game, having extra lives that give him buffs if he takes a fatal blow as a passive. His first skill is a clone that uses his weaponry and his exalted weapon. Cloudwalker is arguably the best mobility tool in the game. Free range movement around the map, also heals you at the same time, very quick. Easy access armor buffing with Defy, and then your fourth ability, Primal Fury, a very high range Darth Maul staff. The damage, speed, and range of the skill speak for itself. Everyone knows how strong it is. The only thing that Wukong is lacking is a bit of team support, as all he can do is make his teammates invisible with his Cloudwalker augment. Outside of that, he's a bit selfish, mainly a solo Warframe. At 16, I am placing Sevagoth. Sevagoth has recently taken off based on how strong his synergy with the Helminth Raw is, although even without it, he's very good. He may be a bit reliant on 2 augments, but at the end of the day, This guy can instantly nuke corridors of enemies at any level if you're combining his 1 with his 2. Throwing in Raw for good measure, or just viral priming, you could bring in Epitaph. That's just speaking on his strongest capability, the nuking tools he has. His shadows traveling from room to room just wiping enemies, but even if you don't go for those setups and overly invest, you still have the AoE slow and heal of Gloom, and then you have his exalted shadow ability in which you get an entirely new skill set combined with one of the best exalted melees in the game in his 4th skill, and that playstyle on its own is top 30 material, so he has that in his back pocket. Borderline 2 Warframes in 1. I know he's somewhat reliant on 2 augments, but he's not bad without them, which is really good for his design, and if he didn't require those for certain builds to be min-maxed, I'd probably put him even higher. At number 15, I'm going with Mirage. Top 3 weapons platform Warframe in the game, tripling your damage with your first skill. Has an augment that can increase that damage even further. Second skill, lower level AoE nuking, but it's widely known to be the most efficient for doing stuff like leveling Sanctuary Onslaught missions, which is one of the most popular game modes, so it's very useful. Third ability, Eclipse, despite being a subsume, its use is still very valid on Mirage. Either choose between a massive damage buff or damage reduction buff. And then a fourth ability, Prism, surprisingly good AoE room clearing, best used with any sort of debuffing or armor stripping skills. Has an under the radar augment that allows you to carry it over your head and use it as an on the fly, on the move nuke as well. Mirage has DPS out the arse and can sustain herself super conveniently. The same can be said for number 14, which I have Octavia. Despite the fact that this frame mainly has a lower player base because she's so good that she's boring, she still scales extremely well. Honestly, Octavia might have been better ever since the health and armor changes a year ago. A mallet kill everything in a large AoE. That AoE becomes mobile with your second skill. Recastable invis for you and your allies in her third skill, as well as movement speed and melee damage buffing. And if that wasn't enough, your fourth ability, large AoE buffing of your damage for your allies as well. Octavia is a legendary support, whilst at the same time taking the best elements of some of the top solo DPS and invis warframes all in one kit. Renders her one of the best AFK frames as well. At 13, I am placing Wisp. If we're talking pure supports, Wisp is my favorite to have on my team. Massive health value and health regen buffs from her motes, electric AoE, and most importantly, the fire rate buff, increasing your DPS for your entire squad. Invis from her passive and her second skill, as well as teleporting. Breach Surge requires no introduction as to how good it is. Even her fourth ability is good, but then you combine the range increasing synergies between her skills. It gives her large AoE map coverage of Breach Surge better than the other frames that can have it subsumed on. I'd argue that there's maybe only one other frame that we'll talk about later on this list, that when you see them on your squad, it gives you a big sense of relief, knowing that you're going to be borderline unkillable just from playing near the warframe. At number 12, I'm placing one of the newcomers, Noko. Noko has access to some of the highest damage numbers available in the game. His only limitation is in the fact that he's kind of an area denial frame. The mushrooms he places down to control the areas in which his fourth ability is going to be bouncing between, these mushrooms don't move, you have to pick your spots. But despite that, anything that enters your radius is going to die instantly. You can opt for surviving inside of his third skill, but Noko also has really good synergy with cloaking companions, as your abilities don't count as attacks per se. Noko can literally just stand around, do nothing after setting up his mushrooms, and watch his fourth ability go to town. Noko annihilates most content in the game, it's just that on the move, he's not as seamless. Coming in at the number 11 spot, I have Gara. Dare I say maybe a bit slept on and underrated. I feel like people don't talk about Gara enough. Shattered Lash is broken. The only limitation is the fact that if enemies are below your swing, they're not going to get hit by it, so it struggles with vertical terrain. But anything it does touch is just going to fall over. Splinter Storm, damage reduction for you and your allies, whoever you cast it on. You can also cast it on defense objectives. You can cast it on enemies to debuff them. You can then refresh its duration by casting your fourth ability, and then destroying your fourth ability with your one increases the damage of the AoE it does around you. So whenever you touch an enemy, if you build up that damage enough, you can one-shot extremely high-level opponents just by building it up. Her third ability is a huge letdown, it's not useful, and her glass ring in her 4, it's great for defense objectives, and of course has synergy with her other skills. Gara is exactly what Frost wishes he was without needing augments. And now finally, we are entering my top 10 best warframes in the game, starting with Hildren. I'm not gonna lie to you, I recently, I think it's a couple of months ago now, I said that this warframe was underrated, and maybe I was just living under a rock, because that can't be the case anymore, and even a couple of months ago that was probably a stretch. I didn't hear how I said that Hildren, my top 10 was without needing augments for other skills. Finally, we are entering my top 10 best warframes in the game, starting with Hildren. I'm not gonna lie to you, I recently, I think it's a couple of months ago now, I said that this warframe was underrated, and maybe I was just living under a rock, because that can't be the case anymore, and even a couple of months ago that was probably a stretch. I didn't hear much about Hildren, but she has been making waves, let's say a stretch. I didn't hear much about Hildren, but she has been, and even a couple of months ago that was probably a stretch. I didn't hear much about Hildren, but she has been making waves, let's say. Her shields are her energy pool, and she's a shield tank at the same time. Really hard to kill. You can also add Overguard via arcanes through your exalted weapon in the likes of secondary fortifier, and that's just one of many options. Her exalted balefire nukes most things in the game. Even with its regular fire mode, its damage is doubled in the fort as you dual wield it. You can fly around, lift up enemies for easy target acquisition, strip armor with your 2, as well as granting yourself a refresh to your shields. There's even ways to go about building around your 3rd skill as well for DPS setups that don't include the 4. But the thing that's making Hildren her best is Aegis Gale. This augment is a fucking war crime. You get a 3-round burst alt fire with a damage scaling on a percentage of your total shields, which she has many of. Moving on to the number 9 spot.
Wait, was he saying shade the whole time and it just cuts off when he pronounces the S? I don't know.
I'm placing Cora. Very similar to Gara, except she's not hindered by vertical terrain. Cora is the definition of a warframe who can just fly from room to room.
I'm just a bit irritated right now. The amount of misinformation.
Her whip claw, nuking everything instantly. Probably the most efficient DPS in the game. It's just that her survivability primarily comes from that DPS because you can use it as a shield gate. So her survivability outside of that isn't great. Venari's good, crowd control's good, also has access to more loot via the augment for her Strangledome, and Ensnare has insane grouping. She's very comparable to Atlas and Gara in terms of DPS efficiency, except her entire kit is good. At number 8, I am placing Titania. This is a bit focused around the fact that Razorwing Blitz makes her as good as she is, but Titania is by no means bad without said augment. It's just Razorwing Blitz takes her to that next level. At base she has CC, debuffs, and excellent damage and DPS with both of her exalted weapons. The Razorwing Blitz makes her the fastest warframe in the game, amplifies her DPS with her exalted weapons, and it's a level of buff where nothing can really compete. And then you combine it with helmets like Thermal Sunder, best speedster in the game who can combine more than scalable levels of damage. I know it's an augment, but it's so strong, can't overlook this. He's in the top 10. At number 7, I am putting Sight 09. I think he's the best invis warframe. Never-ending invis if you land headshots, a ridiculous critical chance buff to weak points, infinite punch through wall hack buffs, the option to imbue your weaponry with any elements you choose, a broken exalted sniper rifle with ricocheting bullets, and some overpowered synergies that his second skill has with the likes of the Sobek. Sight 09 can just aimbot, wallhack, nuke enemies across rooms before they even appear on your teammate's screen. At number 6, I'm putting Protea. I don't think it's a secret to anyone right now just how good Protea has been, especially now with the introduction of Arcane Sculptor, which is perfect for her. Ability strength buffing from your passive, shield regen survivability in your first skill for you and your allies, slash damage grenades, scaling damage, nuke turrets as your second skill, dispensary for sustain of health, energy, and ammo, and then your fourth skill is a subsume slot, but in itself is a great nuking tool that has good synergy with other augments she possesses, so she has multiple playstyles you can go for, and all of them are perfect. You can use no augments and mash the 2. You can use augments, use the 4, cast the 2, and just have a mobile turret above your head. And if you want to amplify it further, you use the augment that allows you to strip armor with your slash grenades. The only issue that she has is that the auger set mods ruin her shield gating, and it's a bug. That's it. At number 5, I'm putting Kalervo. He is probably the single best pure access to damage in the game. Raffle Advance, everyone knows how strong this skill is. Despite being a helmet, it is made better by the fact that he is the warframe that can combine it with not only Overguard gain via his 2 with or without its augment, his third ability, Collective Curse, is the real kicker here. Chaining enemies together and dispersing damage between them not only makes your melees better, it makes all your weapons better, and makes sniper rifles actually viable in regards to AoE damage and building their own combo. And then he just has a fourth ability to stack damage and scales really well with Collective Curse. If running Overguard, instant access to unnecessarily high damage numbers, Kalervo is just that perfect DPS frame. What if we go to the number 4 spot? How can anyone be better than that? I think Gauss is more versatile, whilst at the same time competing in DPS. Gauss is similar to Volt. He can zoom around with his 1, also has an augment for grouping. His 2 gives damage reduction and also boosts your melee damage. His 3, Thermal Sunder, can nuke rooms or freeze rooms. Does fire, cold, and blast, can also strip armor if you're at max battery. His 4th skill increases your fire rate, reload speed, melee speed, caps out your battery and makes your abilities capable of doing even more so, such as 100% damage reduction on
And sprint speed.
your 2. All on top of that, he has a passive that is broken and has a bugged out synergy with shield regen mods, making him completely immortal. So he has multiple ways to be immortal, and even if one of those got patched, he'd still be immortal. Is fast, rips through enemies with weapons. Also, thermal transfer, you can imbue your weapons with those elements from your 3 as well. Gauss is fucked.
You don't need more features in your backpack, you just need a backpack with
3. Saren. I know I say Gauss and Clover have stupid instant access to ridiculous DPS and damage numbers, but Saren does that just in a bigger radius. I'm gonna keep this one short. Saren has the best AoE nuking and overtime damage in the game. Period. Easy to sustain, direct access to corrosive, toxin, and viral. The only thing that she's missing is top tier survivability, which can be alleviated by the use of shield gating. At number 2, I'm putting Dante. I think he's the best support in the game because not only does he make the game easier for your allies via overguard, buffing their damage at the same time, making enemies vulnerable to status, but on top of that, he has the Noctua, which is a ridiculous exalted weapon that can also use a bunch of those tone mods at once,
in the
infinite
group
overguard
like
for your allies, room nuking as well from Dark Burst. Dante does it all. The only downside I can think of is that he really wants casting speed, and you have to mash cast his entire kit every time you want to cast the skill, but the duration on his skills is good, so it's not that bad. Face tank, teammate buffing, support, exalted weapon, menace. And finally, at the number 1 spot, I've always stood by this opinion, and unless something changes, it's probably going to remain this way, and I think that Mesa is the best Warframe in the entire game. This is partially ironic because her first skill isn't very good. The only use of her first skill, and her passive as well, that's also pretty trash, it's the augment. There's some cool setups you can do with the first skill and its augment, for sure. But everything else is so good, it doesn't matter. Jamming enemies' weapons, rotating a damage buff between you and your allies. There's your team support in the second skill, and it's got CC. Your third skill, Shatter Shield, gives you huge damage reduction and redirection of bullets. Only vulnerable to melee attacks and explosions, very similar to Zephyr, who's also one of the best frames in the game. So you're a weapon jamming tank that buffs your damage, and then there's Peacemaker, the best exalted weapon in the game in terms of DPS, spreading it across a bunch of enemies at once, requiring no aim, and when it focuses its fire down, the longer you shoot, DPS increases and allows you to eviscerate any high level targets you wish. Does it need an augment to let you move around in the ult? Yes, but it kills so quickly you could forego the augment and just stand in one place, nuke everything, and then get going. Also, said augment, Mesa's Vaults, it's an Xless mod, so is it really an augment? So where is Sirius and Orion, you're probably wondering? I had a rank for them. I had the entire list of rankings typed out for this video, and I definitely included them, but I must have accidentally deleted said ranking when I recorded the bloody voiceover, and because I am not re-recording this voiceover that took me hours and readjusting every little rank that I say before a Warframe, you're just gonna have to make do with this part. I have Sirius and Orion ranked just behind Nezha, so that would be at the 34 spot where Foley is, so every Warframe that is under Sirius and Orion, so 34, 35 down that way.
You don't know fucking shit! Don't know shit about Foley, don't know shit about... Bro doesn't know shit.
Move them all up a spot. Well, technically down a spot.
Good, bro?
You know what I'm saying. There's
doing?
65 Warframes, not 64. I think Sirius and Orion are really solid. They have a lot to offer due to having 7 total abilities, and that gets them really far. But if we're looking at the most pivotal part of their kit, it is the ultimate. That is where your focus is for doing large AoE nuking. Nezha, the Warframe that is just above them.
No hate. No hate. Just irritated.
Him in the rankings also has very similar nuking capabilities, except I think he's better at it. Sirius and Orion, their scaling on their nuke actually doesn't go that far.
You're fucking stupid!
Billions of damage and
Sorry.
to AoE.
No hate.
Is good. I like grouping. I think both of their first skills have really underrated damage. Survivability is also in check. They're doing a lot. I just think the fourth ability is a little bit underwhelming. And there's so many frames
I will say this. The way how they structure the fourth ability, it's underwhelming in my opinion in terms of mobility. I was hoping to be able to like zip around, fly around and shit like Uriel, but not in the same way he does, just fly fast if I want to, as if I'm in an Arcwing. I can zip around like I'm in an Arcwing if I wanted to, but I'm not. Like Titania. But you don't. You're hovering around the area. You're limited to be able to move based on those 7 abilities. I feel like you should not be limited to move in that form based on those 7 abilities. Personally, I feel like you should still be able to fly if you want to, and just cancel it out. But this is a Warframe that they push their abilities on. However, I feel like it should have been structured a bit differently in that area in terms of mobility and flying on the 4th ability. That's it. Other than that, I'd say it's a really fucking strong ass Warframe and has a lot of great potential. I don't know how far I can push it, but I know I can get it really far based on the mods we already have now. That's all I have to say about that. They are god tier. They are in a different group, and I cannot believe this dude has him placed down on 34 and 4 and Folly before them. Folly is strong as shit if you know how to use her. He does not know shit. I don't even have the best mods in, and I'm doing crazy damage, crazy nuking without doing much. It's insane. And this dude is just talking about frames and shit he doesn't know about. He's a baby 10-0. He doesn't know shit of what he's talking about. Oh my god. I've been playing this game since 2014, dog. I've been playing this game since 2014. It came out in 2012. So we're watching this video on the Legmat Pat, or let's should say Legmat recommended me to watch this video and comment on this guy's lack of knowledge of Warframe. He's trying to make a tier list on all the Warframes, but he doesn't know anything about the Warframes. He doesn't know how to. He's played them, but he doesn't know how to really push them to their best ability, and he's ranking it based on his lack of information. And then people look at this and it puts out misinformation. I mean, it's his, and he also states earlier that it's his dumb opinion. Okay? He does say that in the beginning. No hate. I'm just furious with the misinformation that he's saying. That's it. That's what my reactions are. I just want to make that clear. Don't hate the guy. Just hate the information that he's saying. Star Wars? No, this is about Warframe, not Star Wars. You're talking about what you were. You're bringing up what you were talking about before. What we were talking about before. What? Star Wars, the Padme death. What about it? Shit, I'm out of water.
Can't justify myself putting them above as much as I'd want to because they're really fun. And that is my final ranking of every Warframe in the game currently from worst to best. This took me quite a while to think of and do, so I'd really appreciate a like and a sub if you can spare one. If not, then no worries. Hope you enjoyed the video, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Take care.
I didn't enjoy it. I mean, in terms of misinformation, no. It was torture, bro. The lack of knowledge was torture, bro. The lack of knowledge of all the frames was torture. I'll be honest there. But what were you saying about Star Wars Padme death? about Padme's death in Star Wars. Sorry, I said that wrong. She was still alive when Sidious finished the Vader armor. And when Vader asked, "Is Padme safe?" and okay, Sidious killed her. Yes. Yep. Yep. Yeah, I said earlier that she was okay. She had a turnaround. The choking didn't kill her, but she was put in the hospital because she was sick, and then the choking. But then when he was getting ready and shit, Sidious finishes her off. Yeah. So that hatred partially turned into self-hatred, which made him even stronger and more irredeemable in his eyes to go back, and also even angrier, deeper in rage and shit. She didn't want to go to she didn't want to go the same path, and so also one reason she died. Mm-hmm. Didn't didn't Vader end up finding out what happened? Really happened to Padme, and then he ends up fighting Palpatine? Or am I wrong? No, because in the story, Palpatine moves on. Vader dies. Yeah, that didn't happen. I don't know why I thought of that. What ends up happening, Vader dies by fighting uh who was it again? He dies by fighting Mandalorian, right? Or was it Luke? Not Luke. It was he did challenge Sidious because the pain the armor makes, and it makes him weaker also. The pain keeps him in that state of just pure rage and anger. And then the armor and the fact that he's missing limbs makes him weaker. What's up? Darth Vader death. Second star in Return of the Jedi, sacrificing himself to save his son Luke Skywalker, mortally wounded by Emperor Palpatine's Force lightning. Vader redeemed himself, returned to the light side, and passed away after asking Luke to help him remove his mask. Bro, he looked ugly as shit. That's a rough ass 45, bro. Yo, I'm talking shit about actor, bro. We are doing okay. We're doing pretty good. Doing some commenting on some videos and stuff, and grinding on Warframe. If Anakin hadn't reached his potential, he would have been strong. Yes, he would have destroyed. He would have destroyed him so fucking quick. Why do you ask? Yeah. Oh yeah. You found out about Padme. Oh, no, just close it all together. He lied to Vader that she could have been saved if he goes to the dark side. Yeah. Where are you? It's further up. It's A, B, C. Oh, H. That helps. Leave Strander relay, please, and thank you. Hey, yo. Now we gotta level up. Gotta level up.
Drink water. Become moist.
Now I gotta go fill up some water, because I'm empty.
Our position has been compromised. Defend the cargo until reinforcements arrive. Reinforcements available. Do you choose to leave now or continue fighting? Continue to defend. You will be rewarded for your bravery. Extraction is ready. Unless you can handle more of
Oh,
the
let's
enemy.
get it.
Keep fighting. Another opportunity to extract will appear soon.
Damn. Yeah. Son of a bitch. Ah! Bitch. Damn it. Oh my god.
Reinforcements available. Do you choose to leave now or continue fighting? Continue to defend. You will be rewarded for your bravery.
I hear it go, fuck.
Extraction is ready, unless you can handle more of the enemy. Very impressive, Tenno. You held them all back. Time to get out of here.
Ooh. See what I got. See what I get. Bro, I need to find something. I need to find something, hold on. I need to find some music. You son of a bitch. Let's get this working right.
It's the house. Out your buzz. 2021. Talking all that shit, but you ain't stepping out too much. Talking all that shit, but you ain't stepping out too much. Talking all that shit, you just talk. You ain't got no action like you flex, whip and walk. I ain't used the Uber since they noticed that I rap. I can't fuck a local bitch, my baby crossed the map. I like me 100 chills, you fucking off for out. Knocking on the water, lost the count like it's on top. Look, it's so much I wanna tell you. If Fuji met a scammer, I would never still tell you. If I say I love you, then I got you like forever. This ain't 2010, so don't play me on your level. You was talking all that shit, but don't be stepping out too much. Was talking all that shit till I can't through swinging my nuts. I ain't really hit the club since niggas recognize me as the O's go.
It's the beat. You hear it in his sleep sometimes. Blare it in your Jeep so your peoples can stare at them rhymes. Real rhymes, not your everyday hologram. Even when Riggs was touching, never swallowed the ham. He'd rather eat a sandwich salad. It might need salt like your man's bland ballad. A lot of stuff happens that the news won't tell yous. Blues on L juice, snooze all hell loose. Rake it, take it like the good, the bad, the ugly. Break it rolling through your hood in the caddy buggy. Butter softy, leather flossy, fatty juggy. Always threw me off when she told me daddy funk me. I'm like any who's seeds walking all out in the street without any shoes. I guess it's better than some funky socks. You need to get her some skips before she catch the monkey pox. Instead she wanna hit a beatbox, take pills and make fake krills that sheetrock. Sing it, bring it back to your laboratory. While he's in his oratory, glorious like a horror story. The mask is like Jason, they told the place not to let the basket type case in. He could be some kind of wacko, waiting for the chance to heat the pipes like a crack hole. He busted in, blessed be the Lord. Who believe any mess they read up on the message board? If so, I got bridges for the Lolo. Same bitch will go dry, snitch it to the popo. Here, orange peel stoves for the whole tier. Feel like I've been gone over a year, came home to old gear. It was the shit when I first scooped it. At least I get to sit out in New York and curse, stupid. Plead the fifth, sip wine stiffly. Patiently come up and be spiffy in a jiffy. Gift for the grind, criminal mind shifty. Swift with the 9 through a 5950. Well educated, he heard it when he meditated in deep data. Let her hate the creep plater. Dedicated cheap skater who keeps data. Say he stays self-medicated to sleep later. Side effects are similar to sugar pill. Whoever go next on the mic, he put a booger ill. And made his exit on some calm shit. Begged him on the regular for kegs of more vomit spit. Give it a sec for the pain to start. This wreck right here, it ain't for the faint of heart. They thought they saw the worst verse from the team of G-men who seem like nerds at first. Once they get to know us, people dig us. Leaders in the fight for equal rights for niggas. Inventor of the more demented, the flow, no doubt it. Just go for it if you're about it, or ride it. Whatever's clever, the master foe, whoever hook or hurt her. But now, ho, no. If we see tomorrow, the next day class is the villain in the back with the x-ray glasses. Have no fear, the ninja here. Feeling like the tinge in your ear from drinking ginger beer. When it's on, local head gon' lay low and heat it like beef patty, cocoa bread con queso. If you say so, lace the whole caseload. They say wear a metal mask in case his face show. He told them they flow, spits talking AOs. His whole crew walk with pitchfork and halos. Say ho if you never worked a J.O. and keep more cash in the stash than a pay show. Okay, yo, y'all know who to follow. Tie him up in the crib and leave they place hollow. Oh shoot, the goose she's loose. So wild you couldn't chase it down with straight fruit juice. Crown like the first time you taste couscous. Stash the deuce. Troops asking truce. Today on Intense Rec Week, we have the super villain in his own defense to speak. So all of my mental techniques available to freaks and pencil neck geeks. Train the same brain to an insane train of thought. On a campaign trail he came to gain your support. Charge cash for an autograph. Say some shit to make your daughter laugh and slaughter the ass. See him on the big screen like Steve McQueen. Do something and never be back once he leave the scene. Keep more medicated pads than Stridex for his own side rep with no known side effects. Before you press charges, use your noodle. So what when he grab the mic, he crush your cuticles. Keep your mouth shut, everything will be beautiful. It would be awfully rude of you. Now get back to your hootie hoo. Damn it, it ain't worth the drama cannon. From the calm bandit, rhymes like pomegranate. Soon as
We are readying reinforcements. choose to leave now or continue fighting.
Some people will do
Keep fighting. Another opportunity to extract will appear soon.
Monica! Monica!
Brad?
Don't get on that plane.
Oh no, your car.
It doesn't matter.
Because you love me.
Or because I've got Mafra insurance.
Peace of mind. That's the motto. Visit MafraInsurance.com.
Then you celebrate it. Why you showing up? Because you with your friends, dog. Don't be showing out when you with your friends, dog. Don't be showing out when you with your man, dog. They don't let you catch your mama hands, dog. It's 1,000 ways to miss a man, dog. It's 1,000 ways that we can make a man, dog. I love you when your pants off. Show you that. Show you grown man, dog. Age difference between the front and last, dog. Coming home, why you always on the edge, dog?
Extraction is ready. Unless you can handle more of the enemy.
Right in my face. Yeah. Let's go. Sorry, mama, you ain't need to notice. Sorry, mama, but I couldn't focus. You ain't gonna have my back
Continue
against
to
the
defend.
ropes.
You will be
poppin' pussy
rewarded
like
for your
that,
bravery.
bitch. Go then. I'm walking down the aisle doing my Dougie. If I'm walking down the aisle, I hope you love me. I like it skinny and I like it chubby. As long as we involved, it won't bug me. Oh, it's your birthday, your birthday. It's your birthday, we gotta take a picture. It's your birthday from now to December. It's your birthday, hope you not remember. For so I picked up the hustle.
extraction is ready. Unless you can handle more of the enemy. We're done here. The extraction team will take over from here. Time to evacuate.
Some shit, nigga, I've been out of the door. I call my homies up and back in the road, and now they got me here. Mobbing with my niggas, steady looking at myself. Now they got me here. What's the move or what we get into? We never know for sure. Pills we popping, break my heart. Don't stop and then I
Please return covered in blood.
mobbing with my niggas, steady looking at myself. What's the move or what we get into? We never know for sure. Pills we popping, break my heart. Don't stop and then I leave this mind. Music dropping, bitches gon' be knocking at my door over.
Nora sleeps better knowing
On
her
hit.
dreamers are out there,
For the
working to lift us up.
Blocks. On hit gain 0.6 ability strength up to 60% maximum. Consumed on your next ability cast.
I'ma let the beat ride out for a little bit, you know what I mean? Just so y'all can feel what I'm feeling. Alright, now that we on the same page, alright, look. Hey, we
That's
be
all
making
from
that
me.
classic shit, rapping on some static kids, immaculate, macking spaz, and laughing at all these average kids. Be with the baddest bitch, style so miraculous. And you heard me spit, but you don't even know the half of it. Keep it funky, hungry like I need some money. Cheapy, so my speech is funny. Own it like it's bees and honey. Tweedledee and dummy, trying to take some cheese up from me. Yeah, they hate me, but they love me. I be sillier than bloody motherfucker. Y'all be shape shifting, hate spitting, but with them whack cars, take pictures for they bitches. Boy, we some rap stars. Used to fuck around and just kick it in my backyard. Now I'm on the road hitting shows with some bad bras.
Yeah.
Hip-hop shit. Surprised this young and here know what real hip-hop is. Everybody here be like, oh, it's my ish. Hey, yo, son, don't kick that shit. Listen, my
Rest in peace to Mac Miller, bro. Oh, it doesn't let you do that shit. Never mind. This fucking bitch. Your reliance on that ability is stealing my data. There, I killed you, bitch. I killed your bitch ass specimens. Come on, come on, come on. Yes.
I let my mind interpore back to grind central. It is essential that I move my pencil. My credentials and my dental make it nice and simple. So don't be hear it, never fear it, and you come and listen.
Damn it.
Listen, make it an admission for rap to be a new age established religion. So we gon' move it, my movement, my tabernacle will shackle idiots. Don't wanna step to me in battle. I'm keeping the peace and order while I'm hitting the gavel. That bullshit, you gonna hit the gravel. I'm doing what I do, what I must.
Now I gotta switch to shade time. Because this fucker is just shooting. He's just shooting at everything within range. Motherfucker. You and your fucking bullshit range, bruh. Damn, you just couldn't let me get the kill. This fucking gun is amazing. This fucking gun is amazing.
This year, have fun and still remember the score. If you love vodka without the hangover or loss of control, check out Arcade Zero. Arcade is redefining alcohol drinking. Since 2011, Arcade has zero calories, zero sugar, zero regrets. Drink differently. Get yours at Arcade Beverages.
right back tomorrow. Somehow all the feds go viral. Smile so much to hide my sorrows. Face is shaky and
The sanctuary will go on without
I can't hold a frown too long. I can't stay down too long. Look, running from pain, running from strain, running from things, running from schemes. I can't hold a frown too long. I can't stay down too long. Look, running from pain, running from strain, running from things, running from schemes. Couple things I know, couple things I show, couple things I don't. I can tell you my problems, I can tell you my sins, I can tell you my problems. I'm uncomfortable in my skin, I'm uncomfortable with my ends, I'm uncomfortable with my friends, I'm uncomfortable with my drinking, I'm uncomfortable with my thinking, I'm uncomfortable with my ways, I'm uncomfortable in this space, I'm uncomfortable on good days, I'm uncomfortable on bad days, I'm uncomfortable with my soul, I'm uncomfortable with my heart, I'm uncomfortable with myself, I'm uncomfortable with my heart, I'm uncomfortable with my thoughts, I'm uncomfortable with my feelings, and sadly I'm uncomfortable with healing. I can't hold a frown too long. I can't stay down too long. Look, running from pain, running from strain, running from things, running from schemes. I can't hold a frown too long. I can't stay down too long. Look, running from pain, running from strain, running from things, running from schemes.
Why?
Self-made, no flex. Ooh, self-paid, no debt. Ooh, we ain't taking no bets. Lot of y'all full of regrets. Hate me and give me respect. Y'all playing easy to get. I'm playing Russian roulette. Y'all selling out for the check. We holding out for the kids. Free black and don't flip. Go ropes the whole cribs. Low bread the whole loaves. Go hard or go home. Go home and don't trip. Same block, same whip. Free as a bird. Used to be running from 12. Living you learn. Now we just flip on the bird. Copy, yo, give me the word.
Hold up, hold up, hold up.
I'm on the way now. Bet you got nothing to say now. You better get out the way or better get comfortable catching this fade now. Stay in your lane. Either you get on the train or watching the wave. They ain't no stopping to play. Hopping up out of the flames. Inking the island a day. Get your piece up on the board. Bought a crib by the lake. Still pull up in the fort. Real coming for the fake. Showing love through the hate. Still trying to end the war. Mama said I need a break. Maybe when I'm in the Forbes. Generations on the board. Generations in the bank.
Hold on a sec.
Is you getting on this train? Miss it and you gon' be late. You could catch another way.
Just changing it.
But we hopping on the beat. Q-E, doing 90 on the beat. Q-E, you could find me on the beat. Q-E, get behind me on the beat. Q-E, yeah. Hey, I pull up my skirt. Drop top and I'm wearing no shirt. She know I'm a flirt.
I'm scrolling through chat right now. Hold on a sec. Trying to remember something. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Further down. Okay.
Niggas too hard on themselves. Niggas too hard to offer them help. I done work too hard for all this wealth. For the first two balls, how all it felt. Ayy, still in the field like in the field. Or MLB playing center field. Rain on day, just take the wheel. Ayy, is you getting on this train? You could catch another way.
Forward to Warframe for. Sorry, I'm scrolling through shit.
Doing 90 on the beat. Q-E, you could find me on the beat. Q-E, get behind me on the beat. Q-E, yeah. For every day I made doubters, I made dollars. Cause my borough, it gave knowledge. How the city move, y'all better pay homage. I don't pity you niggas that made comments to create drama. You gon' find it trying to go viral. Judge, jury, execution, no trial. I sink in deep sleep, watching bitches creep streets, making hoes vile. I'm from Brooklyn, they line you up with a cold smile. And the whole time you thinking, damn, that bitch so fine. Oh my, she not born in the ditch and you die in the box. But I'm on a mission, a man of ambition. My latest edition, retire my pops. So anyone threaten, I'm firing shots. Hey, is you getting on this train? Miss it and you gon' be late. Maggie on the beat. Q E, you can find me on the beat. Q E, get behind me on the beat. Q E, yeah, hey.
Huh.
Jeez, what means everything to me. Fresh flowers in my clean room, having family dinners, making my friends laugh, being happy, going to the gym sometimes, the sun that's shining, beers with my roommate.
Okay, I found it. Conditional overload. Just the mod I'm missing. One of the mods I'm missing for Excalibur. I had to scroll back in the chat.
Hey, back against the wall now, I don't know where to go. Pick it up, I've been living slow. Felt like different individuals in my mind, they going, hey, I've been praying on my kneecaps, got no feedback. Damn, where my motherfucking weed at? I gotta go, where? I've been feeling like I'm good, psych. I could use another wood, I feel so misunderstood. Damn, trying to read me like a map. Riddle me that, give me some Ritalin, sleep for the whack. Work in the night, I write better in black. I'm quick to react, fuck.
I do got condition overload.
Can't look at mirrors for reasons I
slap that on. What else? So condition overload.
Flick on the switch and I light up some smoke. Think about life in a lesson. I wish I knew more.
And then
I wish I could pause. Wanted to stop working on music that helped me
what's the other shit I needed?
Painting a picture of brand new intentions. I
Condition overload.
And I gotta escape. Back on my toes, dripping in sauce. You can see in my clothes. If I RIP now, I'd be fresher the most. Sorry to God, I ain't really want smoke. Damn.
Bust down,
whatever now.
She gon' get it if she want it. Roll it, flip it, bag it up. Yeah. Let's fuck around in the Acura. I'ma get right to the business. Cause I'm only here for the night time. Eat the pussy like ice cream.
So go down to Excalibur. E was around me right here. There we go. Okay, now we gotta
exactly what they all
put
pretend to be. You niggas tired
Ready to kick
straight from the gutter, I'm killing it, whoa. Promise my mama I get her a Cadillac when we backpacking all over the globe. I don't need more, I got the artifice for niggas who won't bring me problems. If you want it, come and get it, cause I'm off the vodka. And my shorty stupid, big, spicy like sriracha. And she about
you bring up melee influence. And then I gotta slap on.
Oh, bitch, I noticed, and I've been so low with it. Honestly, I thought I mastered the cloaking device in the Rover is custom, so you should come over tonight and bend over. I'm faded, bitch, I feel amazing. I might be in LA by the next month. I can't say shit. That we play hella cool, but it's serious. Honestly, probably about to become an anomaly. I can see all of this shit from 2 forest binoculars. I'm
melee kill, you get an additional.
Obvious, but it ain't dog run quick. Fuck shit when they ask who's this. Put the motherfucking YouTube for the who's who crowd. Bitch, get hit.
Or I could get the 220 critical strike times 2 heavy attacks. That's 440 on heavy attacks, but it's only that. But this goes up even higher because if you mod this up all the way, it's 110. It's 220 times 2. That'll be it's 220, and then you get an additional 21.8%. No, sorry, additional 30% critical damage for 20 seconds. And that stacks up 4 times.
They don't like my output or my outlook. I'm an Apple guy anyway. New York's renegade, been afraid to engage in it. Slow at the beginning, touch of the chameleon. Eric got no ceiling, no drive, shit still power steering. No interference, no weak deterrence. We should be concerned about how we tune our spirit. Instead we get embarrassed. How we get your marriage in the image of perfection. When we strive for investments, we all can be rich, that's just natural selection. I know that hurt a couple of my brethrens, damn. Hey, it's all love, I don't do this slow stuff. I was really broke, nigga, I don't need to grow up. Had roaches in my kitchen, ramen noodles in my cup. When I turned 18 is when I really... Before my neighborhood was gang shit, a bunch bunch of us ran home, they were home scrambling. Out scamming him and his whole family, and then it wasn't random, it's more like a stand-up. Now I'm building fandom, I'm top 10 if I could advance it. 10 years ago, man, they wouldn't even chance it. Vocabulary, that's verbal enhancement. Oh, it's very scary if you gotta bring your mans in. Loaded up a semi, take a photo, now we dancing. And they singing architect, soaking up the bandwidth. I could change the settings, we can settle all the damage. Done shows by the other hoes canceling. If I'm the best, say this shit, don't gas it. Misspell my name and you finna get your ass kicked. More for the masses, I reach for them classes. I'm used to them tactics, I move so old from the musket to the missile. To avoid collision, I pop another pistol. I smoke the nigga with you, ask homie to assist you. Fast forward, where you going, I convince you. You got the strength and some other people with you. No excuse if you're present in the physical. If we band together, we can conquer the incredible. Got me feeling like a shumi or an edible. Say you better get it or you put your kiss in better something. On the Peloton, trying to sweat up all the Cinnabon. Far from the ignorant bars, let me get your song. I take upon anyone, this is what they really want. I just put my city on, 50 large where they really on. Never been the guy to spend no time in no titty ball. I was catching vibes, getting by with the CD on. Hanging with the goons, they gon' ride, that's what he be on.
Skinny light, skinny ramen. What is that anyway? Sound like a bunch of bullshit.
Condition overload. Electricity viral. Okay, it works. Yes. Where am I with that? Oh no, I only got the 2.
Okay, look, your girl on my dick and ball. I'm in a new coupe that's souped up like chicken, bro.
We've grown from one store to 175 locations throughout the Northeast by delivering value to our customers and saving.
Yeah, maybe switch to the street crime.
Do not weep for these creatures. They are immortal. They can and have faced 1 billion deaths. You, however, do not enjoy the protections of synthesis. For you, failure has real-life consequences. sanctuary will go on without you.
I wonder. Damn it.
Excellent armaments, operator. Please return covered in blood. Safe and sound.
Is it Roar or Nourish? Hmm. My thing is, should I use these up now? Ability strength, ability duration, ability strength, or critical melee critical damage. What do I do?
When in Cetus, do not drink the kombucha. You are incapable of producing the hydraulic effort required to unstick your tongue from the roof of your mouth the following morning.
You can't say that these are knee plates because they're not located on the knee.
the world?
No. No. Hmm. Get brown. Or not. The fuck just happened there? That just pissed me off. This isn't doing much justice.
The money.
Baby, ya yo me enteré, se nota cuando me ve. Ahí donde no has llegado, sabes que yo te llevaré. Y dime qué quieres beber, es que tú eres mi bebé. Y de nosotros, ¿quién va a hablar si no nos dejamos ver?
Y a veces es dolce, a veces es vulgar. Y cuando te lo quito, después de los paris, las copas de vino, las libras de Mari. Tú estás bien suelta, yo de safari. Tú me ves el culo fenomenal, pa' yo devorarte como animal. Si no te has venido, yo te voy a esperar. En mi cama y lo voy a celebrar.
Baby, a ti no me pongo, y siempre te lo pongo. Y si tú me tiras, vamos a nadar en lo hondo.
Si por mí te lo pongo, de septiembre hasta agosto. A mis rincones, lo que digan tu amiga, ya yo me enteré. Se nota cuando me ves, ahí donde no has llegado, sabes que yo te llevaré. Dime qué quieres beber, es que tú eres mi bebé. Y de nosotros, ¿quién va a hablar si no nos dejamos ver?
Mami, me tienes buqueado, sí. Si fuera la Uru, me tuviese parqueado. Dando vueltas por el condado, contigo siempre arrebatado.
Tú no eres mi señora, pero toma 5,000, gástalo en Sephora. Liputón ya no compra en Pandora, como piercing a los hombres perfora. Hace tiempo le rompieron el cora. Estudiosa, puesta para ser doctora, pero le gustan los títeres huirleando motora. Yo estoy pa' ti las 24 horas.
Baby, a ti no me pongo, y siempre te lo pongo. Y si tú me tiras, vamos a nadar en lo hondo. Si por mí te lo pongo, de septiembre hasta agosto.
Y a mis rincones, lo que digan tu amiga, ya yo me enteré. Se nota cuando me ves, ahí donde no has llegado, sabes que yo te llevaré. Y dime qué quieres beber, es que tú eres mi bebé. Y de nosotros, ¿quién va a hablar si no nos dejamos ver? Yo soy dolce, de pulgar, y cuando te lo quito, después de los paris, las copas de vino, las libras de Mari. Tú estás bien suelta, yo de safari. Tú me ves el culo fenomenal, pa' yo devorarte como animal. Si no te has venido, yo te voy a esperar. En mi cama y lo voy a celebrar. Salí jodido la última vez que en alguien yo confié. Me compré una foría, Cupido se la vacié. No me vuelvo a enamorar, no, no me vuelvo a enamorar. Sigue tu camino que sin ti me va mejor. Titi me preguntó si tengo muchas novias. Muchas novias, hoy tengo a una, mañana a otra, ey. Pero no hay boda. Titi me preguntó si tengo muchas novias. Muchas novias, hoy tengo a una, mañana a otra. Me las voy a llevar a todas pa' un VIP, ey. Saluden a Titi, vamos a tirarnos un selfie. 6 chis, ey. Que sonrían las que ya les metí en un VIP, ey. Saluden a Titi, vamos a tirarnos un selfie. 6 chis, que sonrían las que ya se olvidaron de mí. Me gustan mucho las Gabriela, las Patricia, las Nicole, la Sofía. Mi primera novia en Kinder María y mi primer amor se llamaba Talía. Tengo una colombiana que me escribe todos los días y una mexicana que ni yo sabía. Otra en San Antonio que me quiere todavía y las de PR que toditas son mías. Una dominicana que juega bombón, uva bombón. La de Barcelona que vino en avión y dice que mi bicho está cabrón. Yo dejo que jueguen con mi corazón. Quisiera mudarme con todas por una mansión. El día que me case te envío la invitación, muchacho, deja eso. Ey, Titi me preguntó si tengo muchas novias. Muchas novias, hoy tengo una, mañana otra, ey. Pero no hay boda. Titi me preguntó si tengo muchas novias, ey, ey. Muchas novias, hoy tengo una, mañana otra. Titi me preguntó.
Muchacho, ¿y para qué tú quieres tanta novia?
Me las voy a llevar a todas pa' un VIP, ey. Saluden a Titi, vamos a tirarle un selfie. 6 chis, ey. Que sonrían las que ya les metí en un VIP, ey. Saluden a Titi, vamos a tirarle un selfie. 6 chis, que sonrían las que ya se olvidaron de mí.
Oye, muchacho, el diablo azaroso. Suéltese más vivir que tú tienes en la calle. Búscate una mujer seria para ti. Muchacho, el diablo. Coño.
Yo quisiera enamorarme, pero no puedo, Yo quisiera enamorarme, pero no puedo. Sorry, yo no confío, nah, ni en mí mismo confío. Si quieres quedarte, hoy que hace frío y mañana te vas. Nah, muchas quieren mi baby gravy, quieren tener mi primogénito, ey, y llevarse el crédito. Ya me aburrí y quiero un totito inédito. Uno nuevo. Hazle caso a tu amiga, ella tiene razón. Yo voy a romperte el corazón, ey, no te enamores de mí, ey, sorry, yo soy así, ey, no sé por qué soy así. Hazle caso a tu amiga, ella tiene razón. Yo voy a romperte el corazón, No te enamores de mí, no. Sorry, yo soy así, ya, no quiero ser así.
Oh shit.
tú estás buena, yo estoy bueno también. Huelo rico y ando con los de 100. Si tú lo quieres, lo tienes que mover. Tú tienes piquete, mami, yo también. Tú estás buena, yo estoy bueno también. Huelo rico y ando con los de 100. Si tú lo quieres, lo tienes que mover. Lo tienes que mover. Lo tienes que mover. Lo tienes que una noche más y copas de más. Tú no me dejas en paz, de mi mente no te vas. Aunque sé que no debo, ay, pensar en ti, bebé. Pero cuando bebo, me gana tu nombre, tu cara, tu risa y tu pelo. Ay, dime dónde tú estás, que yo por ti cojo un vuelo. Ya yo nago ni le llego. Aunque sé que no debo, ay, pensar en ti, bebé. Pero cuando bebo, me gana tu nombre, tu cara, tu risa y tu pelo. Ay, dime dónde tú estás, que yo por ti cojo un vuelo. Ya yo nago ni le llego. Ay, no me busques en Instagram, mami, búscame en casa, pa' que veas lo que pasa. Ay, si tú me pruebas te casa, ay, ese cabrón ni te abraza. Y yo loco por tocarte, pero ni me atrevo a tocarte. Tú con cualquier outfit lo parte, mami, tú eres aparte. Shawty tiene un culo bien
Extraction
grande,
is ready.
de
Unless you can
demasiado
handle more
grande.
of the
Y
enemy.
ya lo tengo estudiado, ya
Keep
mismo me
fighting.
gradúo.
Another
Y en la
opportunity
cara
to
me lo
extract will appear
tatúo.
soon.
Vi que viste mi story y subiste una pa' mí. Yo que me iba a morir, ey, en la disco y a mí. Y yo bailando contigo en mi mente, aunque sé que no debo pensar en ti, bebé. Pero cuando bebo, me gana tu nombre, tu cara, tu risa y tu pelo. Ey, dime dónde tú estás, que yo por ti cojo un vuelo. Ya yo nago
Why
ni
don't I
le
just do it like this? I made it so much harder on myself.
yo te mando mi carta, si yo quiero te doy tu millón de pesos. Tú me des un beso y empezar el 2023 bien cabrón. Contigo hay un blon. Tú te ves asesina con ese man. Me mata sin un pistolón. Y yo te compro un Benchi, Gucci, Benchi, un poodle, un Frenchie, el pato, los monchis. Te canto un mariachi.
Extraction is ready.
Te dieron
Unless
un
you can
beso a
handle
las
more of the
12
enemy.
y no fui yo quien te lo
Continue to
di.
defend.
Hace un
You
año
will
que
be
yo estoy
rewarded for
ahí.
your bravery.
Hace un año que yo estoy ahí. Hace un año tu primer abrazo fue solo pa' mí. Me tenías en las nubes y como un rayo caí. Y ahora ni una llamada, ni un solo mensaje. Los brothers me la montan. Dicen que estoy en un viaje. Son las 12 y 4 y ya estoy bien loco. Llorando y lloviendo. Pido arroz de coco que nuestros abuelos pa' que vacilaran.
Love folks who love what they do.
A las 12 ya. Te pedí pa' los reyes y pa' Santa Claus. Los reyes picharon y Santa nunca llegó. Y tú no estás aquí,
blast you in the fucking face. Like, okay, is this taking too long?
Enter the conduit now.
Oops. Fish, focus. Fucker, I need to castrate right now. Fuck out of here, bitch.
Experiment moves to a new zone. Hurry, Hunter. The conduit is closing fast. Hunter, the sanctuary will go on without you.
Damn it. There we go.
Knock, knock. Now, who would be knocking all the way out here? Operator, I don't think you should answer that.
Let's see.
Each enemy is more powerful than before. Only with true mastery of the Tenno arsenal will you succeed.
What the fuck was that?
Watch yourself. Grenier are on the way. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Well, well, well. If y'all ain't my favorite brand of free-range lunatic.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Oh my god, these fuckers won't stop spamming! Fucking die.
Extraction is ready. Unless you can handle more.
Wow, all that for nothing?
Blade. You exist to strike. You strike to win. The lesson ends.
artists will play with the volume off.
The steady blade, in certain hands, extracts a tithe of blood and pain. And we're out.
Alright. I'm gonna have to end things here. Okay? I'll be back on later. Ugh. I'll be back on later to do some more random grinds. Thank you. Thank you all for watching.
Bitch, I'm in the back being avoided. Just a product of my life and all my choices. Nothing bring enjoyment, smoke that loud, it be my poison. Find me in the dungeon making noises. I stay up on that shit, I get lost inside the vibe. I'm a boss, still survive. Got me crossing on my T's and still be dotting on my I's. Find me rotten, I'm expired, bitter taste up on my tongue. On my
Hey, 24/7, I'm a real one. I ain't got no money problems, I ain't got no children. Dodging baby mama drama, whoop, that's a close one. Ass like a host, but her face like she hosts some. Whole food shopping, and she work out every